I viewed a world that wasn't hospitable, that wasn't with a tremendous base of shared understanding, even though highly diverse culturally or in religious terms or in other terms. The common features of our humanity, in my mind, overwhelm any differences. And while I love the differences and love the diversity, I love the fact that we're all in this together and that we can all work together towards sustainable development. A couple of years ago, I worked together with our team to produce a new teaching program called Ages of Globalization, which I hope all of you will dip into or take in its entirety or find ways to be useful for your pedagogy. But the idea of Ages of Globalization is to help to appreciate the commonalities of humanity, the fact that we have been interconnected from our most ancient human roots, and that history teaches us a lot of lessons about war and peace, about economic change, and about how to achieve global objectives. And so my thought is that by understanding human history in a broad and interconnected way, we also gain tools for understanding what to do today. We also gain appreciation for the global diversity, but the more fundamental unity of humanity. So I trace world history through the perspective of the interconnectedness of humanity across large regions, from the Paleolithic times, that is the prehistoric times when humans were connected by long distance migration, but also even long distance trade in what you would think would be technologically not really possible to have trade over hundreds or even thousands of miles. But you know, at archaeological sites, you find stones or artifacts that come from very far distant regions. So obviously there was a lot of long distance trade. The second era is the Neolithic, the founding of agriculture, which took place independently in a number of places in the world along great river systems, many of which are visited in the course of Ages of Globalization. The third age, which I find absolutely fascinating, and now this year there are a whole spate of books on this, is what I call the equestrian age, or the rise of the domesticated horse as transforming humanity. Because the horse was the automobile, the locomotive, the tractor, the tank, everything for thousands of years. The horse was the great innovation which allowed for empires, for cavalries, of course, for a tremendous amount of long distance movement and trade of people, for rapid transport and communications. And so that, to my mind, created its own age from roughly 3000 BC to around 1000 BC. The fourth age of globalization is the classical age, the age of the great empires, the Greek city-states, the Roman Empire, the Han Empire, the Mauryan Empire in India, and others, the Persian Empire. The fifth era is the transoceanic empires, when Christopher Columbus, not quite knowing where he was going or how he was going to get there, discovered for the Europeans, because the indigenous populations knew it quite well, but discovered for the Europeans the existence of the Americas, and that changed human history, as did Vasco da Gama's voyage around the Cape of Good Hope, connecting Europe and Asia by sea route, and that transformed the world geopolitically and economically as well. And then the sixth age is industrialization, which I like to see from the focal point of one big invention, the steam engine, which created modern industry, created the British Empire in its global form, created industrial warfare, and many other profound changes of society. And then our age, which I call the digital age, because of the fundamental role of all of the digital technologies. And in each of these, I try to visit key sites around the world that are very iconic and absolutely wonderful. You can't have more fun taping a course like this, by the way. We visited 20 countries and World Heritage sites, and the Ganga River, the Ganges, and the Amazon, and the Danube, and the Hudson River, and many other great rivers that are bases of civilization, and to try to bring students to see these places not only as postcards or as fun places to spend a day, but as part of the drama of human history, the evidence of technological change, the narrative of geopolitical and economic change, and the world that we have today in its great diversity. So I think we can make a new pedagogy, and the technologies will even be our friends, because I love classrooms that are connected online across the world. I love the fact that now, with a little bit of preparation, you can have live tours for classrooms through different places in the world, as a guide is taking a class on Zoom through sites, and you can have a very interactive kind of pedagogy. And I'd like to see that brought everywhere in the world. I think education is the single most important investment we have in our humanity and in our society. With it, everything's possible. Without it, I think almost nothing is possible, actually, in our time. We have 8 billion people to take care of. That requires a lot of insight, systems, technologies, and decency and humanity. So that's the goal of Ages of Globalization. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to take leave and run to the UN, and let's hope for a day of peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sachs. I think he's given us a really good way of bringing everything together for peace and for the planet. And I just hope that we are able to collectively make our world better and learn from our histories. Just to mention, he mentioned that we are here live from New York, but there are more than 1,000 people who have joined us globally on our webinar. So acknowledging all our guests who have joined us globally as well. They are not able to be present, but we are here in spirit and in community together, focusing on sustainability and focusing on education as we go forward. This event is sponsored by Center for Sustainable Development. We are the host, as well as SDSN, Sustainable Development, SDSN. And we are all coming together along with our partners to make this particular event possible. With that, I'll hand over to Katya to take us over the next session.
Thank you, Radhika. And yeah, very warm welcome to all of you from my side too. My name is Katya Anger. I work for the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And it's wonderful to see so many young people in the audience today. And as you can see on the program and what we're out to discuss today, we'll also be hearing from many young people, as well as educators, experts, and partners who are in the room today. So thank you everybody for coming out today, for taking the time, and also to our friends who are in the Zoom and following these live discussions. So what are we out to discuss today? Well, we've just heard a very inspiring keynote from Professor Jeffrey Sachs. We're now going into our welcome and opening remarks segment, and then we will have two panels to learn across the ages and talk about how history prepares us for the future. We'll also have a panel on the power of collectives for the emotional well-being of all. And then we have several spotlights where we want to learn from schools that are taking action for SDG 7 on renewable and clean energy. We will hear about the role of inter-sectoriality in education for sustainable development. And we will also hear from eco-ambassadors that have been working on creating climate maps that connect the local to global sustainability issues. And we will finish the day with the launch of a very exciting new track of Ages of Globalization for students and educators from higher education institutions. So we're out for some really exciting discussions. And yeah, thank you again, everybody, for coming. And I'm now very honored to introduce our first speaker, who unfortunately cannot be with us in person, but she sent us a warm welcome message. Her name is Julia Heiss. She's the Chief of Section for Education for Sustainable Development at UNESCO. For those of you who might not know her, she's a leader in the field of education for sustainable development and really pushing forward UNESCO's ESD for 2030 and the Greening Education Partnership. So yeah, let's see what she has to share with us.
A video message. So my name is Amanda Abram. I'm the director of the Global Schools program at the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and we're one of the other co-hosts for this event. So we're very excited to have you here today. Really great to see so many young people in the room. So we're hoping for a few interactive moments throughout this morning. So really excited to have you all here. And I also have the pleasure of introducing our next welcome speaker today, which will be Professor Phoebe Koundouri. She's an economist renowned for pioneering human-centric interdisciplinary mathematical systems that enable the sustainable interaction between nature, society, and the economy. She holds an MPhil and PhD from the University of Cambridge and has held many prestigious positions as a professor and a senior research fellow, and published numerous publications on this topic, and has been a huge supporter of Ages of Globalization and the SDSN. And we're really looking forward to hearing more from you as our next welcome speaker.
Thank you. 135,000 teachers, educators, learners in 165 countries. These are the numbers that Ages of Globalization course has reached to, has attracted since the launch of the beta version last year in this building of this course. It's huge. It's really huge by any standards in education. So the Ages of Globalization is an interactive, multidisciplinary, and free open access course that is based, of course, on the globally renowned book by Jeff, Ages of Globalization. And what does the book do? Well, it navigates the journey of human history through 7 ages, like Jeff has already introduced: the Paleolithic, the Neolithic, the Equestrian, the Classical, and then, of course, the Ocean, Industrial, and Digital. And in this journey of human history and change, he tries to come up with answers that are crucial for facing the challenges of our times. Let me try to very quickly go through the questions, because as we say, as Greeks, ancient Greeks were great, above all because they were the first that asked the important questions about existence, humanity, and interaction between people and spirituality and science, of course. So what are the questions that Jeff is dealing with in this book? And of course, these are the questions that guide through the course of Ages of Civilization. First, what are the drivers of global change at scale? What produces big-scale changes? Second, how do geography and technology and institutions interact? Third, how do changes in one region affect other regions? How has global interdependence changed throughout history and what that change brings? What are the lessons we can gain from each age of civilization, and how these lessons can help us facilitate the solutions of our contemporary challenges? How should global governance be reorganized in order to achieve prosperity, social inclusion, and sustainable development, environmental sustainability interacting with social and economic prosperity? How should we secure global peace, and how global ethics are central and crucial in securing global peace? These are really very important questions. And I am extremely fortunate to have met Jeff. He's a friend, colleague, and collaborator of many decades, but most of all, he's a source of continuous inspiration, not just for me, but for hundreds of thousands of people, and also scientists, and especially for us scientists. He's a source of inspiration in that angle that allows excellent science to be transposed into impactful transformational change for people, policies, and politics that are focused on supporting the welfare of the society. No other economist, Nobel or not, has ever been so instrumental in that interaction between science and policy and society, and nobody has been as impactful. I first heard about the Ages of Globalization during a series of conferences that we organized and developed with Jeff on ancient wisdom, Aristotle and Confucius focus, bringing in the ancient wisdom of those times in order to facilitate solutions for our contemporary problems. This series of conferences between Greece, the Academy of Greece, and the Chinese Academy of Science, and the Institute of Confucius was supported by SDSN Greece and SDSN Europe that I lead, and it has been quite influential in that respect, bringing solutions from the Asian wisdom. I lead the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation of IFORIA that has supported the Asian Wisdom Conference, but it's an alliance of excellence of research institutions, research and innovation centers, universities, innovation accelerators, science policy networks, and also academies where I am involved. I'm leading or co-leading, and it brings together all these critical mass in order to design transformational pathways to sustainable development, exactly as it is understood and mobilized through Jeff's work and my work and the work of many others in the SDSN network, understanding how natural systems, social systems, and economic systems should interact in order to achieve prosperity, environmental sustainability, and social inclusion today and into the future. And in this network, we have attracted funding for many projects and initiatives that we run across the world, having impact in more than 120 countries. And one of these projects is Arsinoi, which is the project that focuses on climate resilience and adaptation across Europe, 9 case studies, 30 universities, $15 million, working on how systems innovation and innovative technological solutions can come together and bring transformational change in cities across the world. Now, very quickly, this work, this research that we've been doing in Arsinoi has been transposed as one of the flagship case studies for implementing the methodological, pedagogical approach of Ages of Civilizations. What we did is that we co-developed 28 lessons delivered on the course, both in terms of content and production. We sat with Jeff to discuss how we can learn from our rich history in order to develop solutions for climate resilience and climate neutrality. We have case studies on climate challenges, showcase and transpose into a very interactive and usable framework via video clips, via tools, handbooks, guidelines. We have localized the content, for example, in Greece, in the Greek language, and it created in the global classroom a section on the localization of the climate resilience content in Greece. And we have created training sessions for the trainers in Greece and across Europe and across the world that will facilitate the trainers, the education for being really engaged within this program. Ages of Civilization has profoundly transformed and will continue to do so educational methods in our times. And this is exactly how we should educate, how we should perceive the potential of education in an interactive and engaging mode. It is crucial. Like Jeff said, nothing can be done without education. Education and capacity building is the pillar, the most important pillar of our civilization. And for that, I want to thank Jeff for being pioneer in whatever he touches, especially on research and education. Thank you for partnering with us for this transformative initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phoebe, for those wonderful opening remarks. It's so great to see, the journey that we've been on with Ages of Globalization, with everyone's support, learners, youth, and everyone in this room. So now we're going to move into our first panel, which we're very excited about. And I'm going to just have our panelists for the first panel come up here. I'll introduce you, and then we'll get started on the framing of the session. So if all our panelists for panel 1 can please join us up here. All right, so we're joined with a wonderful group here and really excited to be co-moderating this panel with my colleague, Katya. So here, if you can just give a wave to the audience. We have Sarah Zhu, a Youth Eco Ambassador. We're really excited to have you sharing your perspectives. We have Pakpan Mind Visa Hafanit. Hopefully I said that name right, as a student from Kids for SDGs, but you're doing so much. And we also have Caroline Casanelli, who's a youth leader and cultural researcher here with me as well. We also have Olivier Burchard, who's the director of the Learning Planet Alliance, and Rajiv Rajam Prabhakaran, founder of Globe from Home. And then we have Dr. Dimitris Raptis, co-manager of SDSN Greece and co-coordinator at AE4RIA. And we're also going to hear wonderful video messages today. So we will see them up on screen. So we have a lot of different panelists that will be joining us virtually through video messages. And those include Vera Delari, UNESCO ASP.NET National Coordinator and SDG for Focal Point from Greece. We also have a video from Dorothea Mueller, who is a teacher from Germany. And she'll be joined also in her video from Sofonias Tefaye from the Rotary Peace Club and the Addis Ababa University of Fine Arts in Ethiopia. We'll also have a video from Selena Marwa, who is a student leader from the UAE. One from Abhilasha Singh, a school leader from the UAE from Shining Star International School, and a video from Yadi Adama, who's a teacher from Burkina Faso, and he and Abhilasha, as well as Dorothea, are all part of our educators committee for Ages of Globalization. So before we jump in to hear from our wonderful panelists, just to set the stage a little bit for this conversation, So this panel is titled Learning Across Ages, How History Prepares Us for the Future. Some reflections on the course of Ages of Globalization, but also beyond this. Really, what we're hoping to achieve through this panel is really exploring how diverse historical narratives and cultural perspectives can really help us transform education systems from a variety of different perspectives, and also from our youth leaders we have with us. So the discussion is really grounded in some of the learnings from Ages of Globalization, as you'll see from our panelists and our video messages today. So we're going to move through 3 sections of the panel. The first is where we come from, so what histories and worldviews have shaped us. The second is what we need now, our current education systems, well equipped for the future. And the last section is going to be where we're going. So what values and skills and systems, what must we build for the future? So I will turn it over to my colleague Katja to take us through the first session.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for everybody who's joining us here and all the speakers. Yeah, you can hear me, great. Yeah, so we're diving right into the discussions and we are going into the first phase right now, where we come from and how now it's working. And how history prepares us for the future and what histories and worldviews have shaped us. And just before we dive into an interactive activity that we want to do with all of you, I just want to briefly frame this within the wider question that we're looking at today, which is how can education help us build peace and protect the planet, especially during a time where both of these feel very much under threat. And the challenges that we're seeing today, from climate breakdown to digital disruptions, they're very complex. And to meet them, we need more than just new knowledge or knowledge in general. We really need new ways of seeing each other, of seeing ourselves in connection with each other, but also in connection with the planet and with nature. And that's what history is also so important about, because there's so much that we can learn from history, and not just in terms of dates or empires, how oftentimes history is still being taught in classrooms around the world, but really about how people, places, and systems have been connected and are connecting today and are in a permanent interplay with each other. And the Ages of Globalization really gives us a wonderful framework and ways of answering very important questions, like how has geography, anything from the land to resources, shaped societies? How are technologies, from farming, and Jeff earlier mentioned also the equestrian age with riding and horses, but also to digitalization in AI today, how is that changing our lives? And how has it changed our lives? And how are institutions, from anything from governments to cultural institutions, religious institutions, how are they guiding us on how to live together? So the stories that we're taught, or the stories that we're not being taught, shape how we see the world. And so our question today for this panel and for this first part of the panel is really, what happens when we bring in more voices to these stories? And how can learners connect their own communities and histories also to these bigger patterns that we see? And how can this help us to find meaning and purpose and to find new ways of seeing? So we want to all start turning it over to all of you here in the audience today, and all of the speakers. Please feel free to pull out your phones and to scan the QR code. You also see them on some of the cards around the room. And we want to hear from you. What has shaped your worldview most growing up? So was that your family, your friends, your school, media, culture, stories of migration? And we also want to know from you what kinds of history were emphasized in your education. And if you can go to menti.com, and you can also enter the code 7845-6143, or you can hover with your phone over the code, and then we can start looking maybe at some of the results, which I think should be coming in on the next slide. And you still have the code showing on top of the screen. And we already start seeing some of the real results come up. That's wonderful. So we see family and friends come out strongly, education and work, beliefs and values very strongly coming out as well. Arts and culture, I love that. Media and information, travel and migration and other. So yeah, please keep on going. We'll have this out throughout the day. We'll take it with us as well to a few more panels this week. So we'll definitely try to collect more voices, especially more voices from young people. And of course, something that's clear is all of these impact us in some way or another. But we should keep in mind that we all come from very different contexts and part around the world and ways of growing up. So we all share these as impacting us as we're humans, and we share these fundamental things like our family and friends and going to school and having an education, but we have very different experiences doing that. So this alone is a very interesting dialogue to be had and that we want to dive in a bit more today. So I'm very thrilled now to turn it over to our first round of panelists. And I would like to start with Sarah. And Sarah is a senior at Stuyvesant High School in New York, who's aspiring to study public and environmental health. And she's worked already in her young age with leading environmental nonprofits. And she's recently joined the SDGs Today and Columbia University's Eco Ambassadors Solutions Lab, which focused on the education Ages of Globalization this year. And so, Sarah, we would love to hear more about the story map that you chose and what you highlighted in your map and how does it connect to global history and sustainability.
Thank you, Katja, for that question. So for my climate story map, I decided to focus on community gardens in New York City and specifically their focus and the equities in the city. And a lot of that came from my lived experiences. So I am a native New Yorker. I live in southern Brooklyn, and my parents, I'm a second generation immigrant. So my parents, they came from agricultural China. And because of that background, from a young age, I really learned a lot about medicinal herbs like used in Chinese medicines and also a lot of different crops. So gardening has also really been a big part of my life, and community gardens have been kind of, for me, they've been like a space where I can get fresh foods and healthy foods where I cook with my dad. They've also been a place where I can just go in and just walk and to de-stress. But for many others, there's a lot of immigrants working at community gardens as well, and that's how they can bring their kind of culture. They bring crops and herbs that are native to their home country, and for others, it's a way to meet other people. One of the gardeners that I interviewed for my story map, her name is Neosia Camacho. She actually said that the first thing she does when she comes to the gardens is like she asks other people where they come from, what country they're from, because that is how she learns about. That's kind of the way that she travels and learns about the other people through talking to people at these gardens. But also, community gardens also serve as a story of resilience, as a way to see how environmental justice perseveres throughout the ages. So I think that community gardens, a lot of us, we think of ourselves as like humans in cities as separate from nature, but I don't think that's true at all. Especially, I think community gardens, they remind me that even in the digital age, we have these pockets of sustainability, we have these pockets of green space. These gardens, they're right next to these huge, gigantic skyscrapers and these billboards. So they serve as a reminder that sustainability and nature can coexist with human advancement and technology. So to go into the history of community gardens a little bit, after the Second World War, the New York City experienced like a period of cultural and artistic growth, where we saw a lot of the manufacturing. The economy was really great because of the manufacturing from the war, but New York City began to invest that money into social welfare and also in removing those factories to create more skyscrapers and more cultural buildings. But they were also acting in deficit, which eventually, as the global economy went down, that caused a lot of basically meant a lot of a rise in unemployment, and also we saw the white flight, which meant a lot of wealthy white Americans began to move out of the city, partially because of unemployment, but also because of racial inequity, where because of the Great Migration, we saw a lot of minorities move into New York City, but because in those areas where desegregation was happening, a lot of white Americans feared that where they would lose resources because those neighborhoods that were really prevalent immigrants and minorities, they were being redlined, which meant that they were discriminatory, denied resources and funding. So as like, New York City began to become essentially bankrupt and disinvest in those welfare systems, we saw a lot of apartment buildings go down and they became vacant lots, which were often destroyed or left with trash. But a lot of native New Yorkers, they were upset with that. So we saw a bunch of movements, including one from the nonprofit Green Gorillas, which I currently intern at. It was started by a group of neighbors, including Liz Christie, where they began to throw these seed bombs, which were essentially little balls packed with soil and seeds and water, and they would throw them into these empty lots. And eventually they began the first community garden in New York City. And that is also not to say that that started that movement of throwing these seed bombs and starting the first community garden. That also started a global movement of guerrilla gardening, where we see people going into these abandoned lots and remaking them into something new. And that is the background for a lot of the community gardens today. But that is not to say that a lot of these racial inequities surrounding community gardens and green spaces don't exist today. And another reason why I chose to focus on community gardens for my project is because there's only one in my neighborhood and it's a mile away, but in other areas, there are, like in Bed-Stuy, there are around 40 community gardens in that single neighborhood. So I wanted to figure out like why there's so much inequity in where community gardens are located. And what I found was that two of the biggest reasons was because of green gentrification, where we see sustainability and green spaces are very tied to the economy. And because of that, we see that when green spaces come up, even though these community gardens were meant to serve low-income people and to bring fresh, healthy foods and serve as a safe space for these low-income people, because of the added greenery that serves to improve property value. So we see a lot of these native people that live in these neighborhoods being pushed out by wealthier and more privileged individuals. And we also see, what I really found striking was how aligned political stances were with where community gardens were located. So I saw almost a perfect correlation with where people voted in 2020 for the presidential election, and also where community gardens were located. And there are basically zero community gardens in areas that are more conservative. And I think that shows the impacts of how our divided worlds and also the politicization of sustainability as like a liberal issue instead of a global public health issue has impacted where these green spaces are and also where change is happening. And so my first initial solution to that was to just kind of create a new community garden in my neighborhood where it's more conservative and there isn't a lot of green space. And I think a lot of us, a lot of global solutions, we tend to lean towards infrastructure and creating these new buildings more and creating solar powers, and that is really great. But I think because they require so much money, they require so much advocacy, that means that a lot of places aren't getting these infrastructure and these solutions that where they need them. For example, I go to school, like I said, in downtown Manhattan in Battery Park City. It's one of the greenest neighborhoods, but in my own home neighborhood, there are entire blocks where you can't even see a single street tree. And the only difference between our two neighborhoods is that Battery Park City is a wealthy neighborhood. It's mostly dominated by white Americans, while in my neighborhood, it's dominated by low-income immigrants that don't speak English. So I think like what Professor Jeffrey Sachs mentioned and what Dr. Phoebe mentioned as well is that we need education as a major solution. It's a foundation for global change. And one of the reasons that I really got interested in the environment and sustainability is because I've seen how climate education, and without climate education, how change doesn't happen. I had a workshop once where we were talking about what was needed in our future bills in the Farm Bill, and I had a younger student come up to me and ask me why climate and environmental solutions and sustainability was important, because they thought that climate change would actually be beneficial for growing crops and agriculture, because if you think about it, increased sun and like the warming and more rain, maybe that helped crops grow. And she told me that she didn't think sustainability was important because she didn't really learn about the importance of how sustainability can change our world and also how climate change is affecting the different systems in our world. And I think that I think that we really need climate education and also education in general that is accessible, that focuses on civic engagement and also focuses on civil discourse where we can have different people from all different perspectives come together and debate different climate solutions, and also have hands-on local action where we go out and work in our local neighborhoods. And personally, I think that there's so much value in looking at local perspectives and local stories, because these are what grassroots movements are what creates global solutions and what inspires global change that is effective, because people that live in these lands are who know their land best. Thank you.
Yeah, huge applause. Thank you so much, Sarah, for sharing your experience with us and for bringing your story map. You will definitely have the opportunity to also meet with Sarah during the lunch break. She's brought her story map, so you can definitely dive deeper into this conversation with her. And thank you for reminding us of these very specific places that have a very long history and the whole dimension of social justice, which is so important. And young people leading that is just so inspiring. Yeah, thank you, Sarah. We'll now be playing a video by a teacher from Burkina Faso. His name is Yaya Dama. He also serves on the Ages of Globalization Global Educator Committee. And we asked Yaya about how history is taught in his country and why he is excited to work with the Ages of Globalization content. Let's hear from him.
Hello, I'm Yaya Dama, an educator from Burkina Faso, West Africa. Today, I would like to share my perspectives on the limit of how history is taught in our national curriculum and how the Ages of Globalization can help transform it into something more inclusive and inspiring. History has three main limits. First, it is too colonial and narrow. We focus more on colonization and independence, while Africa's great civilization and contribution to global history are minimized or just reduced to a few chapters. Second, it is disconnected from the world. Students learn about national heroes, but rarely about Africa's role in global exchanges, in trade, culture, and ideas. In third, it is missing local voices. Indigenous knowledge and oral tradition are rarely valued in the classroom. This is why the age of globalization excites me. It shows that Africa has always been part of humanity's journey, from the Neolithic age of farming to the trans-Saharan trade in the classical age to today's digital age. Our story is global and it is powerful. Imagine what it means for a child in a rural classroom to hear. Your ancestors shaped the world. Your community is connected to humanity. Your voice matters today. This is the gift of teaching history as a shared global experience. With this approach, history becomes not only inclusive and planetary, but also empowering. It connects the past to the future, help students believe they truly belong in the story of the world. Thank you. Our national curriculum.
Yeah, fantastic to also be able with digital technology to bring in a lot of diverse voices. Unfortunately, Yaya can't be with us today, but I think we've heard so many of the important insights that he's shared with us. And I'll now turn it to our last panelist for this first phase of the panel today, Olivier Bréchard. You're the director of the Learning Planet Alliance, which supports a huge global ecosystem of learners and educators and innovators. You have also served as the executive director of WISE and led initiatives such as Global Education Futures, the Open Education Challenge, and Learning Without Frontiers. Olivier, building on everything that we've heard so far, and also based on your work and expertise, We would love to hear your thoughts on what forms of intelligence, if it's historical, emotional, or cultural intelligence, do we most need to navigate and transform inherited systems of power?
Thank you, Katia. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'll start with a question. A future for the world children. This question was raised in February 2020 in a report by WHO, UNICEF, and The Lancet, giving a portrait worldwide of the health and mental health issues that young people are facing. And when you talk about climate disaster, migrations, wars, but also digital addictions and classical addictions and depression, this is a horrible portrait worldwide of what youth is facing today. The thing is that since COVID, the situation has gone worse. And I was recently in a similar meeting with the Ban Ki-moon Global Center for Global Citizenship, and we were with speakers addressing these challenges of climate crisis, peace, and a lot of young people. And at the end of the day, we asked the young people, what did you think of this day? And they said, well, it is fantastic to see that adults and people in position of power are trying to solve challenges. But for us, these challenges are much more. In fact, that's who we are. Ever since we are kids, we've been brought up in the climate crisis and with all these digital challenges, and this defines who we are. And what we start to see is a generation gap also between the elder generation and some young people who are fully into this. So I'm taking this to the next level is, what do we need most? We need to be able to care for our children and for the young generation. So there are loads of programs that are doing so. So I'll start with the Global South. For the past years, we've been working with learning ecosystems in Bangladesh, Indonesia, India, Uganda, Kenya, South Africa, Colombia, Peru. All these people are facing very challenging circumstances. The traditional education models doesn't really work. So what they are doing is that they're putting dimensions like caring, compassion, indigenous knowledge, the collective dimension, making the community flourish. And they do this with a very project-based and meaningful ways of teaching. So this is quite incredible to see that in the most adverse circumstances, some of the best innovative approaches to education are taking place. Where I see hope is that recently, and in fact in the coming weeks, OECD is about to publish a report, a new framework called Education for Human Flourishing and Planetary Healing. This, we're going to spread it with many, many partner organizations to have dialogues with teachers, with students, with policymakers about how can we make this happen. But it started with countries like Estonia, Finland, Singapore, the state of British Columbia, who have the best results in education, but it's not working because our students are achieving academically, but they are so unhappy, so depressed. So really this question is very aligned also with the UN Pact for the Future. How can we take better care of the young generation and the future generation also, which we're not doing at all. So looking at all of this, with hundreds of partners, and the LPI has been supported by the UN University, and now with the UN University Hub for the Future of Learning with Youth, working with UNESCO and working with many others. The idea is that transforming education so that it fits the young people cannot happen without working closely and meaningfully in a very truly intergenerational way with the young people themselves. Okay, so we are doing a range of programs. Tomorrow we're launching the Youth Design Challenge, inviting young people from all over the world to share their concrete ideas for transforming education. But it's not only good to listen to them, to listen to their ideas, we have to make sure that we co-construct with them. So these young people then will be trained, and hopefully we can incubate some programs. So this is one example of concrete way of working with young people. There are many others, even rethinking the UN model with programs we call Remodel UN. What is it that the young people need to learn mainly with this education for human flourishing approach? They first have to find purpose and meaning through learning. This is lacking too often, but I do find it in Haiti or in Bangladesh, in the north of Bangladesh, where the young people know why they're learning, what they're doing, and helping their community. So it's also opening up a school or the university or the formal education system to the non-formal and informal, and building on these dimensions to really make change happen. And there are many ways of doing so, and I think this ecosystemic approach, even if the word is not that understandable, is moving forward. working not only at a government level, but working with the communities, working with the traditions, and making this happen. So first thing is finding meaning and purpose. Second thing is making sure that the young people, especially in the age of AI, this makes it even more important now, develop capabilities around caring, compassion, love, dialogue, creativity, all these dimensions that probably the machine is not the strongest at. So this is another dimension which is working in the global south, and again, Bangladesh friendship, there's a curricula around this dimension. And as the young people in the most extreme poverty are being taught about dignity and love and compassion, they have the best result across the whole country, with academic results, you know. So that's another dimension. The other thing, and that's maybe I'll link it to Greece and history, and I'll stop on this, is how do we allow the young generation, together with the adults, to design new models of democracy, of society, of economics. We've heard a lot about imperialism, colonialism, and all this impact and extractive economy. This needs to be reinvented, and it has to be reinvented not by the same people in power. It has to be done together with the young people, not putting the burden on them, but doing it in a meaningful way. So these are some of the dimensions. So just a few last words. When Athens invented democracy and philosophy and the academia, this really is impressive, okay? But who were the citizens? The citizens were white, male, in arms, and rich, okay, protecting the wall of the city against nature and the rest. It was fantastic. No, it's a start. Yeah, but then with the Enlightenment and the time of printing, there was another dimension, and with humanism is a great, interesting start. But it came with colonialism, imperialism, extractive economy. Today, we're in the age of AI, and we need to radically reinvent how do we work with social emotional dimensions, collective intelligence, and AI, because AI could help, if used properly, to find what are the needs and the resources on the territory and how can we do this. So all these dimensions need to be reinvented. I think it's John Dewey who says that each generation comes and has to invent the democracy. So I guess there's some lessons from the past, lessons from indigenous knowledge, lessons from other traditions, but how do we do this together, and how do we make sure we do it in a meaningful way with the young people, but not putting even more pressure on them, trying to support them.
Thank you so much, Olivier, for sharing your insights. We'll definitely take them on for the next phase of the panel, and with that, I'm handing over to my colleague Amanda.
Yes, thank you so much. It's been great to hear everything that's been shared so far. And as Katia said, now we're going to be moving into part 2 of our panel. So what do we need now? Our current education systems really equipping learners to address global challenges. And first, we're going to hear from Caroline Casanelli here on my left. She's a youth leader and cultural researcher. She's also worked with UNESCO, and she's also one of the Ages of Globalization and Global Schools program project officers that has been helping us really shape this communications work for educators as well. So Caroline, I'd like to ask you, what parts of your education really prepared you for today's global challenges, but what, more importantly, do you think was missing?
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, everyone. I feel like I've heard so many inspiring things already. I think I want to start from a point that Katia actually brought up in her introduction about needing kind of different ways of seeing. And I did my undergraduate degree in history, and if there's one way I could summarize what I learned in those 4 years, it would be history is a way of seeing. It's a way of making sense of the events of the past, and in that there's so much power to it, because the stories we tell are often the ones that shape our environment and the future we want to build. So what I would say is something that I think could have really been emphasized in my own education, and I see reflected in the education system, is a way of learning history that's maybe not so based on nation states, because it's something that has been, really shaped this century, the last century, this idea of the birth of nations and kind of origins of them. And while of course it's still relevant, there's also so much to say about the things that connect nations and people, and kind of like a transnationalism that, if it's incorporated into the education system, will just emphasize the sustainability of the future. And there's two ways I think that might be something that can be done, and that would be involving an emphasis on culture and language, because I think those are two things that we can easily see go across borders, and across peoples. And that's something that I've seen reflected in the Ages of Globalization course, is just this emphasis on humans being humans. And I wanted to share two examples, one for each of those from my own experiences. I've been very lucky to have studied in 3 different countries. I'm from the United States, born in Portland, Oregon, studied in Vancouver, BC, and then I did my master's degree in Berlin, Germany. So I already had the ability to kind of see the different experiences. But something that I feel can really be emphasized and has already been brought up by Olivier, for example, is the importance of Indigenous knowledge, and the principles that are shared. For example, the principle of 7 generations, which was attributed to many different Native American groups, Indigenous groups, but specifically the Iroquois Confederacy, which is the idea that when we're making decisions now, we should be thinking, what is the impact going to be 7 generations into the future? And I think that's something that we can all agree is kind of what we're trying to do here now. And so I think by really relying on that knowledge, it can already help shape our education system. And so when I was in Vancouver, I also had the privilege of working at the Museum of Anthropology there on an exhibit that was focusing on the natural disasters in the Pacific Northwest, so specifically earthquakes. And the project was around the oral storytelling about specifically this one giant earthquake that happened a little over 300 years ago in the region that Indigenous groups in what's now Canada and the US have stories about, tying canoes to the tops of trees because the water from the tsunami that came after the earthquake was so high, just different stories about this. And until it was sort of corroborated by scientific evidence in terms of analyzing it, it wasn't necessarily believed that there were earthquakes in this region because it hasn't happened for so long. And that was a really, for me, really impactful moment because, first of all, it showed that unfortunately, that is one of the things that unite us are natural phenomenons, in this case, a natural disaster. And with climate change, that's something that is only more and more frequent. And also the fact that the impact can be felt across the world. For example, an earthquake happening in the Northwest, the tsunami will reach Japan, and there's records in Japan of this tsunami wave. So just something as looking back at these oral stories and thinking about how they show the connections of the world even before these sort of nations existed in the way they do now. And then the second piece is language. I think there's so many examples of this in all parts of the world. Something that I learned from my own personal experience growing up. My mother is deaf, and she uses American Sign Language. And when you look at the history of sign languages, it's very fascinating because they emerge in all different types of communities around the world. There are, Indigenous sign languages in North America, and then American Sign Language was brought over by French sign language users. And it's something that shows the kind of creativity of humanity, I believe, to come up with different ways of communicating with each other. And also, there's now an international sign language that's meant to kind of be a bridge between them. And I think it's very inspiring because if we can find a way to respect the diversity of different languages and also communicate together, it's a really great model for what we're trying to do to build a better future. So yeah, I think I wanted to end with just an anecdote. I was recently in Washington, D.C., right before I came here, and had the opportunity to go to the National Archives building, where the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the Bill of Rights are kept. And there's also currently an exhibition on the Magna Carta. And I found it so interesting because there's one kind of story that can be told about these documents, which is that they're connected because they were both very essential in the founding of two countries, England, the United Kingdom, and the United States. And there could be another story told about them, which is that they're two examples of humans trying to, find ways to govern themselves, to make what could be called a good life, depending on your perspective, and that in fact they also follow this 7 generations principle in the sense that they're thinking, okay, in the future, what are these generations going to need, and who are we doing this for? So I think, yeah, I just wanted to share that and end on that, because it's really it's easy sometimes to focus on the things that divide us, and harder sometimes to focus on the things that unite us. But as Professor Sachs mentioned today, and I think is always emphasizing, there are many, many more things that we can come together on, and to build a better future. That's, I think, what we need to do.
Thank you so much, Caroline. It was really great hearing about your diverse educational kind of experiences and perspectives. And thank you also for bringing in the importance of language, collectiveness, and unity. It was really wonderful to hear your intervention. So now we're going to hear from another youth leader, but this time we have a video message from Selina Marwaha. She is a 10-year-old student from the UAE. And as part of the Ages of Globalization course, we also have a series of live dialogues where young people have the opportunity to moderate conversations with world leaders using systems thinking tools, really to kind of put these dialogues and conversations into practice, but also meet with peers around the world that are passionate about these topics. They also have the opportunity to use creative storytelling to take over our social media. And so Selina was part of that, and also she is a wonderful youth activist, really pushing forward a lot of different things. So we're really excited to hear the video message from Selina.
My name is Selina Marwaha, and I am a 10-year-old student from the UAE. I am proud to represent the Ages of Globalization. This project has opened doors for young people everywhere, bringing us into conversations with leaders and showing us how learning across history can guide the future we are building. I speak from the digital age. Artificial intelligence and digital technology are transforming the way we live and learn. For my generation, the digital world is not just a tool. It is a space where we connect across borders, share ideas instantly, and find mentors who guide us to grow. One of my most memorable experiences was taking over the UN at Your Doorstep social media channels. In that moment, I saw how digital platforms could unite thousands of young people from every part of the world in one shared conversation. It showed me the true power of the digital age, that no matter where we live, our voices can be heard. With creative tools, we can tell our own stories, learn from each other, and take action on the issues that matter. These platforms open a space where youth lead learning, not just as students, but as change makers. This is how digital learning reshapes education, by making it global, inclusive, and led by young people themselves. Thank you.
So that was really great to hear a short video message from Selena. Unfortunately, she couldn't be with us here today, but she's a wonderful a student and advocate, and really interesting to hear her perspectives on how we can bring people together and use digital learning for youth, for students, and really through the Ages of Globalization work as well. And so for the last segment of this panel, this part 2 here, I want to turn it over now to Dr. Dimitris Raptis, is the co-manager of SDSN Greece and senior researcher as well, and really turn this question that we've been having this conversation about in part 2 over to you. And do you think our current education systems are really equipping students to deal with challenges like climate change and inequality, or are they reinforcing outdated mindsets? And I'd really love to hear your perspective in this conversation too.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Now it's better. Yes. Thank you very much, Amanda. I'm truly honored to be here in this great panel discussing on this very interesting topic. I would like to say that I believe educational systems have made the progress in raising awareness of climate change and inequality. However, this progress is very limited, and it is very limited due to outdated mindsets with very short horizons and passive learning approaches, which have led to a significant disconnection between science and society, between theory and real applicable implementable solutions. In order to prepare the next generation dealing with this kind of systemic risks, we should move the educational systems forward to more integrated curricula, which will build system thinking, of course, responsibility, and real action-oriented skills. Recent history and also science have shown us that the complexity of challenges of climate change and inequality cannot be solved easily by standard outdated methods. But here I think we have a very strong advantage. And the advantage is that the new generation, Generation Z, they are very comfortable with complexity. And they have already a very holistic way of thinking. So in order to use this potential, the educational system should embrace the cross-disciplinary collaboration, real-world problem solving, but also link the knowledge with policy and governance. Because even if you have the best knowledge, even if you can suggest the best solution, if this solution is not applicable in society, you have done nothing. In a more positive note now, I think that there are examples in this direction, and I have in mind 2 examples. Firstly, the reason that we are all here, the work of Ages of Globalization. Personally, I realize that Ages of Globalization provides really interesting learning experiences, such as virtual visit of World Heritage UNESCO sites, a continuous dialogue with global and youth leaders, and by combining history, culture, and sustainability, it truly motivates every student around the world, every teacher around the world, every learner around the world to be educated in a more meaningful but also enjoyable way. Because we never should forget that people thrive in what they really like. So education should be enjoyable too. And the Ages of Globalization, I think, do a great work in this direction. The second example that I would like to mention is the work of UN SDSN Global Climate Hub. Under the auspices of SDSN and the leadership of Professor Koundouri, Global Climate Hub brings together diverse groups of very experienced scientists that work in several topics of 9 different units. And these units is such as education, upskilling and reskilling, something that we all talk about here, transformative and participatory approaches, energy systems modeling, socioeconomic systems, climate, environment, health, data and AI platform, because we have all realized that you cannot disconnect anything from data use and AI platforms. And these 9 units, they are interlinked, complementary, and they continuously feed each other with results and outcomes. So the final provided solution to be innovative, publicly acceptable, equal, fair, and also holistic. And something that I forgot, and something that you also mentioned, Katya, previously, to be very well aligned and tailored with the specific needs and content of each different region and country. Because we have to admit, I heard your great speech previously, there are different needs in every region. There were different needs in downtown Manhattan and other areas of New York as well. So we can imagine the diversity of needs all around the world. So I'm bringing this example because I believe that this holistic way of work is a perfect example of how education should have a holistic characteristic. In conclusion, I believe that education should move forward to systems that will bring knowledge, society, and governance and policy. And the example that I mentioned, the work of Ages of Globalization, the work of Global Climate Hub, and there are several more examples, show that this transformation is not only possible, but it is also underway. And I'm really positive, I'm very optimistic for this because I realize that Generation Z could do better than us. I see here a lot of young people. I have to admit that when I was in their age, my main anxiety was if my favorite basketball team would win. And here I realize a different in level. So I believe that what we have to do is to provide the proper tools in this generation in order to unlock the potential of their abilities, of their comfortability with complexity, and their advantage of thinking already in a holistic way that compared to my generation, it was not this situation because we were educated in a very specialized way. Thank you very much. I have a lot to add, but we can discuss during the break. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dimitris, and thank you for bringing in this point of contextualization, but also this optimism to the conversation. And I love the point that you said that learning should be enjoyable and also should be fun. I used to be a teacher, so I always would be looking for fun things to bring into the classroom to really engage my learners. So I really do resonate with that point of making everything we bring to the classroom fun and enjoyable. So thank you for that. All right, so that we're going to move into our kind of final segment for this panel, and I'll turn it back over to Katya to get us started with that.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so part 3 we want to look at today with you is where are we going and what values, skills, and systems must we build for the next age of education. I think we've already heard quite a lot of very good ideas, but we do want to hear from a few more voices because it does bring additional insights and ideas to the table. So I'm very happy to introduce you to Mein Visahampane, who's a student leader from Thailand with Kids for SDGs. And through her TEDx Youth Talk and her founding of STEAM Exchange, she has inspired peers by linking creativity, science, and empathy to empower youth. And Mein, we would love to hear from you as somebody who represents youth. What do you think other youth around the world and from your own country really need to gain from education? What kind of support can schools and institutions give to you?
Thank you so much, Katya. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the UNSDSN, Ages of Globalization team, and Columbia University for this wonderful opportunity, giving youth a real seat at the table. My name is Popan Armind. I am the founder of ACLAB and Kids for SDGs student representative from Thailand. I am truly honored to be here alongside other panelists, not just to speak for myself, but also for youth across the globe. Why did I choose to attend UNGA 80 this year? As the world develops, environmental issues are increasingly more exacerbated, prompting developing countries to rely on foreign technologies. As a result, educational disparities are increased, while local innovations are decreased. ACLAB aims to alleviate the effects using our Flourish framework, driving intergenerational advances in public health, environmental sustainability, and social equity. through capacity building and education. Ages of Globalization reminds us that these issues are a story of systems, values, and choices. Pollution became a prominent problem after the Industrial Revolution, a time when we didn't know the extent to which the Earth would truly be impacted by us. From the Paleolithic age to the digital age, each age and their corresponding actions influence what comes next. This makes it evident that each generation has the power to reimagine what comes next. We are currently living in an era full of opportunities but also urgent challenges. This is an age where education doesn't have to be confined to a classroom, textbook, or old definitions. So, in Thailand and much of Southeast Asia, students are often told to dream smaller and abide by societal norms. Doors get closed before we can even try to open them, preventing students from unlocking their true potential. It creates students who can memorize but not necessarily envision. Young people don't simply want access to education, they also want something that feels real and relevant, a pathway where real world impact is within the horizon. Although current educational systems can provide some insights, students know how to draw vague connections as their world expands from a tiny little bubble to a vast range of unknown possibilities. UN at Your Doorstep underscores the importance of youth engagement. Global issues are local, personal, and urgent, requiring youth input to drive intergenerational, paramount collaboration. In order to increase youth participation, we need to affirm that no matter your age, your voices are relevant. UN at Your Doorstep, amplifying youth voices through dialogues, makes it evident that we are relevant, creating holistic solutions and making it less intimidating for us to pursue our dreams. Secondly, we must increase access to education and resources. Only with awareness and resources can we truly scale our dreams, thereby creating capacity for youth to flourish and use informational things to feasibly use and tackle current challenges. Thirdly, we must teach by experience. We cannot simply inform students of concepts and theories because we need to provide them with hands-on experiences. You cannot simply teach them equations while their canals or clogs smell of waste and have their questions roam free. We must allow them to fall, but ensure that they can get back up and learn from their mistakes. Institutions need to be a guiding light, not direct help, allowing students to navigate through foggy crossroads of life. To implement this new approach to education, we must affirm youth value, build resilience, as well as create space for youth to take action. One way we can do this is to support initiatives like UN at Your Doorstep that underscores and uplifts the younger generation. As a youth-led project, ACALAB also aims to help to do so by advocating for initiatives like UN at Your Doorstep, as well as increasing education and inspiring others to lead, gaining insights from all generations. Thank you once again to Columbia University, UNSDSN, and the Ages of Globalization team, and to everyone here who believes in a more practical and collaborative future of education. Let's rewrite the rules together with our very hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mind. And I really pick up on your thinking about education having to be relevant and speaking to the realities of young people and to put them into the seat also of co-constructing and making decisions together that are about their future. So yeah, thank you for sharing these. We'll be hearing now from a school leader from UAE. Her name is Abhilasha Singh. She's the principal of the Shining Star International School in Abu Dhabi, and she also serves as the UAE country ambassador for T4 education. And she's also a climate action project ambassador and a global schools advocate. And we asked her, what can schools do to help learners, not just to understand systems, but to shape them? So I think this will sync very well with what you shared as well, Mind. So let's hear Abhilasha.
Good evening, everyone. Greetings from Abu Dhabi. I'm Abhilasha Singh, principal of Shining Star International School. and a passionate advocate for global education. I am a UN Global School Program SDG advocate and mentor, and a very proud teacher to be serving on the teacher committee of Ages of Globalization. So as educators, we are often asked, how do we prepare young people for the future? For me, that question is closely tied to the Ages of Globalization course, which reminds us that students should not only understand the systems that shaped our past, but also feel empowered to shape what comes next. In my school in Abu Dhabi, we have piloted the Ages of Globalization projects where students connect history to present challenges. For example, in the agricultural age, they explore food security through a school garden. I'm very proud to have a gardening curriculum. While in the digital and sustainable ages, they work on SDG aligned projects around climate action and well-being. And we are also very proud partners with Take Action Global, where we participate in the climate action project every year. And it's a 6 weeks design thinking project, and the student work as solutionary to the global problem. But none of this works without teacher training. As a principal, I know this. So we spend a good amount of hours in teachers training because teachers need that support, and they also require strategies to move from delivery content to facilitating inquiry, collaboration, and building student agency, that voice and choice that the students need, and therefore build student agency. So when teachers are trained well, they can embed student ownership and cross-cultural exchange into lessons, turning classrooms into spaces where youth agency thrives. And this is why leadership support is so important. If we want the next generation to be change agents, and I tell my students, be noisy change makers. So school must invest in teacher training, create structures for student ownership, and make cross-cultural collaboration a norm. So the Ages of Globalization gives us that framework, but it is through empowered teachers and supported students that the future will be shaped. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be part of this August gathering and be part of this panel. I love technology and I love internet, where the distances don't matter, and through the internet and through the power of technology, which has facilitated and given this opportunity to connect from so far in Abu Dhabi to all the attendees who are attending this program at Columbia University. And today is a very special day. It's my birthday, so it's lovely connecting with everyone. And this is the best birthday gift, I think, to be able to be part of this very important conversation. So thank you, Katya, and thank you, Professor Sachs, for creating the course and bringing this learning to our children, and not just our children, even some of my teachers are also doing this course. So thank you once again, and namaste and salam alaikum from Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, maybe a happy birthday to Abhilasha today. It's really her birthday today, so she's pre-recorded this video a few days ago, knowing it was going to be her birthday. So happy birthday, Abhilasha, if you're online right now with the online participants. And thank you so much for emphasizing the importance of teacher training to prepare students to understand histories, and especially also systems that we have built, but systems that we can also change in the future. And with student agency and students at the forefront, I think we can really build a more inclusive, a more prosperous, a more peaceful future. So let's listen to them and put them in the decision-making seats and onto the podiums where we can listen more to their voices. Abhilasha also mentioned another point, which is really key to having education that is contributing to peace and sustainability, which is intercultural exchange. And that brings me to our next panelist. Rajiv Rajam is the founder and CEO of Globe from Home, which is an innovative edtech company that offers learners and educators worldwide the opportunity to embark on immersive virtual travels with experts, scientists, and communities around the world. And Raj, we would love to learn from you, from all of your experiences of taking young people around these virtual travels. How has that sparked and supported intercultural learning? And maybe also, what are some of the approaches that you've taken to make sure that these kind of virtual travels don't reinforce existing cultural stereotypes that we also are still all carrying as our baggage, depending on where we're coming from.
Such an important question. I'm reminded of a conversation I had with a young learner from India who taught himself to read and write Japanese. When I asked him why, he said that he was interested in the stories that came out of Japan. But he said that learning the language also unlocked all of his literature, all of his poetry, its philosophy, its all the indigenous wisdom that comes from Japan, the inherited wisdom that comes through the ages. And in the current education, we don't make provision for that kind of learning that comes from other countries. I was speaking at the Small Island Summit recently, and I was saying that while no man is an island, when it comes to education, every nation behaves like an island. We teach ourselves mostly about ourselves. And in doing so, what we lose out on is this treasure of wisdom and knowledge that comes from other countries, knowledge that is very relevant to our current time. So the question is not whether what we lose from not knowing another culture. And intercultural learning is not about just learning a set of traditions and customs that comes from another culture. It is actually unlocking this education that comes from elsewhere. In the Ages of Globalization, Professor Sachs talks about globalization being what is where learners from one part of the world learn from another part of the world. But our education system does not make provision for that, and that is the problem we've been trying to solve at Globe from Home, where we take learners to different parts of the world on live stream trips, where they connect meaningfully with communities around the world, where they learn from others, where they are able to learn best practices around the world. And our experience has been that irrespective of where the students come from, whichever part of the world, when they actually travel on these live stream journeys and they connect with people, they not just learn from the source, they are also able to identify the oneness amongst all the differences. So one favorite example I have, one that I cite quite often, is a planetary citizenship program that we ran, where we had a cohort from India, Pakistan, and Zimbabwe. And when the program started, there was a lot of animosity amongst the groups, especially between the Indians and the Pakistanis, right? And so when asked what they wanted to do in their lives, everybody wanted to be in the army, just to show the other group. But as the course progressed, and as they started traveling around the world, and they started witnessing the impact of climate change, meeting with communities that were impacted, they started viewing things differently. The national identity started dropping. They were suddenly not Indians and Pakistanis and Zimbabweans. They were suddenly true global citizens, actually witnessing problems as global citizens. If we have the time, we have a clip from the program that we'd like to show.
We've got more than enough, still we're glancing at the other side. There's a bowl of unripe fruit, everyone just wants to take a bite, trying to make sense of their own truth, but in the haste the sun's not hidden right. If I had the world in my hands, I'd still search for something bigger, greater. If I eat all peaches that I learned, I'd still be craving something sweeter, something better. Shiny glasses blinding me, tears to polished lies lonely hearts. Don't know who I am or who I wanna be. What's on the table's never enough. We all long to be going.
By the end of this program, those same cohort of students who wanted to be in the army at the very end were writing poems to each other, writing letters to each other. They were in tears. They were distraught by the end of the program. They were inseparable. And it just goes to show that cultural immersion, when you actually start connecting humans, education based on empathy, education based on this shared global knowledge that we have. Professor Sachs talks about how society progressed by tapping into shared global knowledge, and in a time where our world is more divided, more polarized, more unequal than ever before. The question is, can we afford to have an education system that does not tap into such shared global knowledge?
Thank you, Raj, and thank you, for emphasizing that intercultural travel can really broaden our horizons, learn from each other, try to understand and look beyond the difference we are always hearing around us that apparently divide us, because there's so much more that we share and that we have in common and that we can learn from each other. So I think also a deep listening is a really important skill that we need to learn. Really trying to understand the other and listen deeply to what they have to say, to the depth and the breadth of all their experiences as well. We invite you to also engage with us in an interactive poll. Raj and his team are going to be taking us on a travel before the end of this year, and you're going to choose where we're going. So you have 6 different destinations. You can scan the QR code, and then you can choose your top choices, and then we'll be announcing which one came out as the top destination, and we'll be sharing more information. So while you're here today, don't forget to scan one of the QR codes that say connect with us, and then you can sign up for our newsletter to be kept up to date on those things. All right, we have 2 more videos that we would like to, actually 3, that we would like to share with you. And I know we're running a little bit out of time, so maybe we'll cut an interactive activity that we have planned for the end, but we want to share those additional voices with you because they're important. We have one team of a teacher from Germany, Doro Müller, who's also part of our Global Educator Committee, who works with Sofonias Tesfaye from Ethiopia. And they're working in an intercultural school partnership with their students to build a tech museum of time through the ages of globalization. So let's hear from them.
I'm a German teacher in a German kind of high school, and my 11th grade students are traveling through the ages of globalization with Sophia students in Ethiopia. And we are creating a tech museum of time through the different ages, and my students and Sophia students are creating art projects to have an eye catcher in the museum for the visitors, and to teach the visitors about the different ages of globalization. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sofonias from Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. I work as a Peace Center coordinator inside Addis Ababa School of Fine Arts and Design, supported by Rotary International. Our Peace Center is called Salamoy Peace Center, and I curate different artistic work to promote peace building in Ethiopia. I'm very much excited and looking forward our project with Doro in German and my student here inside Addis Ababa School of Fine Art and Design to explore the age of globalizations and what kinds of lessons that we can draw out of these different ages of globalization, especially that we are in technology digitalization age, and that seems very much resonated with the student we have. So we would like to use different kinds of art to express these different ages and also exchange knowledge between the students in Ethiopia and Germany. particularly on Museum of Time. It's a wonderful experience, not only for the student, but also for us as a Peace Center coordinator. We're very much looking forward to see it, and thank you so much.
As you can see, there's lots of opportunities for collaboration as part of the Ages of Globalization journey. So also maybe a shout out to all the teachers, educators that are in the room, but that are also joining us online. These are opportunities that are out there for you to collaborate with each other, connect your classrooms, have your students learn together and learn about your shared history and your shared present to change it for a better future. One more video that we would like to share with you is from Vera Delari, who's part of the Greek Ministry of Education, and to bring in a little bit the perspective also of a policymaker. She's also the UNESCO ASP.NET National Coordinator and SDG4 Focal Point. And we've asked her a twofold question, but she will repeat that in the video. So I will not repeat them right now, so we save some time. Okay, let's play the video.
Good evening. While I regret that I cannot be with you in person, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and the opportunity to share my thoughts. My name is Vera Delari. I serve as the UNESCO ASP.NET National Coordinator and SDG Focal Point for the Ministry of Education in Greece. I was asked to reflect on a two-part question. To what extent are education systems preparing learners to think critically and systemically, to not only understand the systems around them, but to help shape them? And how can ministries of education build systems that honor the rights of future generations while integrating the wisdom of diverse pasts? Thank you for that insightful question. First, we must acknowledge that the complexity of the world we live in requires more than mechanical learning or standardized assessments. Critical and systemic thinking involves the ability to analyze information, draw connection between ideas, and understand interactions within socioeconomic, cultural, and environmental systems. Although we can see some progress in current education systems, there are significant gaps. Curricula in many countries include elements of critical thinking, particularly in subjects like science and social studies, where students are encouraged to question, debate, and evaluate evidence. However, this often varies widely by location, resources, and educational policy. A significant challenge in education today is the continued reliance on memorization and standardized assessments. When success is defined mainly by the ability to recall facts or perform well on uniform tests, learning risks become a mechanical exercise rather than a meaningful process of discovery. Yes, students may get good at passing exams, but too often this comes at the expense of deeper skills, such as analysis, problem solving, and innovation. To create richer and more relevant learning experiences, education systems must embrace diverse forms of assessment that encourage curiosity, exploration, and inquiry. Moreover, systemic thinking requires an understanding of complexity and interdependence, which is often absent in traditional curricula. This is where tools like the Ages of Globalization are proving valuable. ASP.NET teachers in Greece have used this tool to design workshops where students act as researchers, bringing together history, geography, and language, and exploring issues such as climate change through maps, narratives, and global dialogues. Their feedback shows that AOG helps move beyond rote learning, giving students both the content and the confidence to think critically about interconnected systems. To prepare learners effectively to shape the systems around them, we need a reimagining of education. Second, when we think about education, we should recognize that education is not just about the transmission of knowledge, but also about fostering values and competencies necessary for responsible citizenship. It is not only about preparing young people for today, it is also about honoring the past and safeguarding the rights of those who will come after us. Ministers of Education have a unique responsibility here. They need to design systems that protect the rights of future generations, making sure education equips them to face challenges. At the same time, these systems should draw deeply on the wisdom of diverse pasts. That means valuing indigenous knowledge, cultural traditions, and the lessons of history, not as something outdated, but as living resources that can guide us today. Imagine a curriculum that teaches both advanced science and traditional ecological knowledge, or one that combines digital literacy with lessons from diverse histories or resilience and cooperation. This kind of integration allows education to be both forward-looking and deeply rooted. Moreover, ministries should ensure that communities have a voice in shaping education. By listening to students, teachers, and families, they build systems that reflect shared values, honoring the ancestors, empowering the present, and protecting the generations yet to come. In this context, education goes beyond mere knowledge. It represents a commitment to convey lessons learned and safeguard the future. Again, Ages of Globalization offers an inspiring example. As one ancient Greek school director described, students use the platform to explore environmental challenges and active citizenship, drawing on AOG's units on climate zones, institutions, and future scenarios. By linking local heritage and civic projects with global historical perspectives, schools can create a curriculum that respects the past while preparing young people to assume responsibility for the rights and well-being of future generations. Collaboration with community stakeholders, including parents, local leaders, and experts, is essential for creating a relevant and inclusive educational framework. This collective approach can foster a sense of ownership and responsibility towards shaping educational practices that reflect the needs of society and the environment. After all, we must advocate for a comprehensive educational reform that not only imparts knowledge but also inspires learners to become proactive agents of change. Thank you.
I don't know if Vera's online, but a huge thanks to you for sharing your perspectives with us today as well, and reminding us that we really need collective leadership to drive the change and transformations that we've been discussing here today. So I'll be happy to pass it over to my colleague Amanda now to take us into the last very short segment before we head into the next panel.
Yeah, so we're kind of at this last closing of this panel and closing of this conversation. So we're just at time. So we're going to ask you to share your answers here on the Mentimeter and our Collective Futures board. Once you go to menti.com, the code is 44893154, and you'll be prompted to see what is one value or skill that you think the next age of education must prioritize. So while you're doing that, maybe we could do just a rapid fire from our panelists. Just share one thing. So I'm going to challenge you to share one thing that you've learned from the past that's guiding your future. So I'll give you maybe 10 seconds to think about that while we have our audience kind of filling out the Mentimeter. Does anyone, Olivia, do you want to go first?
We've been looking very carefully at citizenship across ages, and so we are thinking, it's a concept, but which is stimulating, at least as a thinking, is can we become, in this time of interdependence, of planetary boundaries, can we become planetizens? Planetism would include the young people, as well as migrants, as well as other species. and what would be a planetizenship instead of citizenship, which too often, and global citizenship doesn't really work because it's states against states, and we see this too badly. So at least as a framework of thinking where kids, dolphins, trees are planetizens. So I'm finishing with an invitation. Every year, and last year it was opened by the Ages of Globalization, we organize a Learning Planet Festival, hundreds of events worldwide around International Day of Education, where we invite learning planetizens to unite. And so join us if you want.
Thank you so much. We'll go next to one thing from you.
So 10 seconds are not enough for what I learned today, but I will try to be very quick. I think one of the most important things that were mentioned is how important is the inclusion of the new generation in the decisions of how education should be, how education should move forward, and the decision makers take into account this inclusion, such as the activities that you shared right now, which is very important, and similar examples. The inclusion, so I will end by a statement, the inclusion of new generations in the decisions of future.
Thank you.
One thing from my past that is guiding my future is that it's alright to fail and feel lost, because these experiences are the best teachers. You cannot learn by not failing at all, and it's alright to feel that way. Thank you. One thing from my past that's guiding my future is definitely the need for empathy and also inclusion and community within people. I really want to highlight the Sustainable Development Goal 17 as well. We need interdependence and interdisciplinary education to work together to create solutions.
I will dip into my the last 5 years of Globe from Home's evolution, where we started off as a company trying to bring education from the source. But what I have learned is that empathy is central to have any kind of action. If you're talking about climate action, for example, you cannot have action unless you are actually able to empathize with the communities that are impacted. So what I have learned is that empathy is the engine and not just as a wishy-washy term, but we can have an educational ecosystem which is centered around empathy, and we can reimagine an education which is based around that.
Yeah, I'd say one thing that I've learned from my past and that's guiding my future is just that there's always another perspective. There's always a different frame through which to look at something. I think everyone who's spoken here has provided one of those frames, and that's something to take forward. Well, thank you so much to our panelists for participating in this conversation. Thank you to our audience. So hopefully you got to see a little bit of that collective futures board. So we'll be transitioning into our next segment here. So thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll take a picture of the panelists all together. Yeah, she is a panelist? Yeah, sure. I think I get to before they escape.
Okay, so we're going to kick off with our first spotlight of the day, which is the spotlight of our Schools for Goal 7 initiative. So we, of course, encourage you to have conversations with the panelists. It was an amazing discussion, and we also have different boards around the room for you to share your ideas and perspectives. So I'll be joined on stage here with Rocio Magnian, there's a microphone for you, from Siemens Energy, and also Elena Martelli. She is a mathematics educator from India. Italy, excuse me, sorry. So we can take a seat. So just to give you a little bit of an overview into this spotlight, we're doing a spotlight on one of our programs here at SDSN as part of the Global Schools program.
So the Global Schools Program is a large schools network of about 2,000 institutions across the world. And we provide teacher training on education for sustainable development and work with global schools advocates in all corners of the globe. And one of the new projects we have this year is with Siemens Energy, and it's called Schools for Goal 7. So this project really brings in the importance of teaching about energy and the energy transition. And so we're really excited to highlight a little bit about that today and hear from our partners and a teacher here that participated in the program and 2 short video messages as well. So we encourage you to grab a coffee and come back and join us to hear a little bit about Schools for Goal 7. So I'll turn it over to you first, Rocio, to give us kind of the perspective of Siemens Energy and this game that you created called Planet Rescuers. And really from your perspective, why it's so important to bring renewable energy and sustainability into schools today and how that is linked with your overall strategy.
Thank you so much, Amanda. It's always a pleasure to be with the SDSN. I would like to thank you for this invitation. So we started to work with SDSN just at the beginning, when we started our strategy in social engagement. And one of the pillars of that strategy was education, STEM education. The reason was that, like any other company in technology, we have a huge challenge, that is to find the talent that will continue and be replacing the aging workforce that we have right now. So the idea was to attract young people to STEM. Young people in general are not too attracted by STEM. They are until they turn 12, and after they just move away. So the idea was not only to attract them, but to make sure that they will stay, because you can attract them and they will go. But no, we wanted to make sure that everybody, women, people coming from minorities, will also find a place in STEM. So we started by exploring different options, and my manager said, you have to do a video game. I've never played a video game in my life. I was born analogic, and I was very proud to be so. But it turned out to be a good thing, in the sense that I very quickly realized that I was not the only one, that teachers were also born analogic. So that was already one aspect of it. Another thing that we saw is that young people, at that time it was 2019, young people were very concerned about climate change. And the message was, if you're so concerned, please join and be the solution, because the solution to climate change right now has to go through innovation. So it was important that they were part of the solution. So we already had identified 2 things. But the last thing was to find the video game. Which kind of video game would be well received in a classroom? At that moment, everybody was telling us, you're crazy. There's not a single public school that will take a video game from a company, from an energy company. And COVID arrived. And there, it was very important, suddenly, everything that was digital. And not only that, we suddenly realized the digital gap among students. So we had these very 3 important elements to move forward. And as for the video game, which kind of video game? I just had to listen to my children and to look how they were playing Minecraft. I was seeing girls and boys being very enthusiastic with these really ugly, at that moment for me, little characters that were running around. And I was very desperate, thinking, and one of my kids looked at me and said, why don't you do Minecraft? They have an educational platform. So that's how we started. We looked for a developer that will help us construct the video game, and we find a few employees who wanted to be part of that project, who wanted to share everything they knew about energy. And we also wanted it to make it extremely honest. In which sense? I was then in the wind part of the company. So it would have been very easy to put renewable energy all over the place, but that would not have been honest. We are not there yet. We will, but we're not. So that was very important. Another important aspect was you cannot have a 5-minute video game and that's it. We wanted to have 8 different adventures on all of the aspects of energy nowadays, storage, production, everything, and even them, students as consumer, how to make a responsible consumption of energy. We wanted to be 45 minutes each, and we made sure to have 7 translations: English, Chinese, Spanish, German, Danish, because we were very strong in Denmark, and also French. I think I forgot one. Yeah, they're all there. So, and we find it, and another very important aspect, we introduced also coding, because that's one of the skills they will need. So I think that there we already started to work, and we started to have very good experience with partners. We wanted to go into the public system. We found a way to have one of our first agreements was with local governments that were looking for things to do with the students during COVID. We started with competition, and we had an agreement with Microsoft. That's why it's also in the catalog of Microsoft Education. And we started to work with global schools to see how we can do the most of the adventure. Because it's very good to be digital, but we need to have the teachers on board with training and also with the resources that will help them not only play the video game, but after replicate everything they learned in their own reality. So I don't want to take, I think I had 5 minutes. I think that I used them all. But I have to say that reading the comments and seeing everything that the children have gone through and what they learned during these years, and reading your comments of teachers has been really an amazing adventure and experience. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for giving us the background on how this Planet Rescuers game was designed. And maybe just to add a little bit more before I turn it over to our teacher educators that are part of this program. So we partnered with Siemens Energy to bring this Planet Rescuers game to our Global Schools network. So over the past year, we've had the opportunity to create a companion materials, including a teacher training course, a greening STEAM education guide, which also features resources from the Ages of Globalization, as well as an SDG 7 activities toolkit. And SDG 7, maybe any of the young people in this room know SDG 7 is renewable energy. So we then brought this training and the game itself to teachers in 29 countries through our network. And we had them pilot this in the classroom and received wonderful and outstanding feedback. And you'll hear that from our 2 video educator speakers, and also from Elena as well. We're very excited to hear from you. And Throughout all this, we gathered many testimonies, a lot of data of how the Minecraft Education Planet Rescuers game was being applied in the classroom. And we saw that over 70% of students that were playing this game actually increased their knowledge on renewable energy, which we're really, really excited about. And also we have a lot of learnings to take this going forward as we continue this project with more teachers and educators. And we also saw that all of our teachers were also using the training and resources as part of the Schools for Goal 7 project. So if you are an educator in the room or a teacher in the room, we also encourage you to go to the Global Schools website. It's globalschoolsprogram.org/schools for goal 7. Check out the resources and either as a teacher or encourage your teachers to enroll in the program for this next upcoming cohort so you can play Minecraft Education in the classroom. So we're going to hear a little bit from some teacher perspectives. So first we're going to hear a teacher video from Noof Yusuf.
Hello.
She's a STEAM and Sustainability Educational Specialist, and she's also a member of our Schools for Goal 7 Educator Committee that helped us shape the resources for this program.
Hello, I'm Noof Yusuf, and I'm proud to have been part of the Global Schools Teachers Committee for Schools for Goal 7. Together, we developed the Green STEAM Education Guide and the Schools for Goal 7 Guide, and integrated the Planet Rescuers initiative using Minecraft Education to create an interactive world where students can explore sustainability and clean energy concepts. We also train new teachers on how to use Minecraft Education as a learning and assessment tool, helping them track students' understanding, engagement in real time. Through these hands-on activities, we supported teachers in applying innovative strategies and inspired students to take meaningful action for renewable energy and climate solutions. Being part of this initiative has empowered both educators and students to make real difference, and I'm excited to see the program continue to grow and have an even greater impact in the future.
So unfortunately, Noof couldn't be with us in person, but she's been an outstanding member of the Educators Committee, because one of the things that we've been working on is also, as we heard from the first panel, is how to contextualize and localize the game for different communities, which has been one of the tasks of the committee, and they've done an outstanding job. So next, we're going to hear from our in-person educator speaker, Elena Martelli. She is a mathematics teacher from Galilei Artiglio Upper Secondary School in Italy, and she's also a global schools advocate, and she participated in the Schools for Goal 7 project. So we're really excited to hear a little bit about your experience, and really hoping that you can share with us what it was like to implement Schools for Goal 7 and some of the learnings you saw with your students.
Good morning, everyone. A few years ago, one of my students asked me, why should we study math? What does it have to do with the real world? That question stayed with me, and today I believe I have a very different answer. I am deeply honored to be here today, and I would like to share how the Global Schools Program and later Schools for Goal 7 initiative have transformed my teaching and my students' learning journey. When I first joined the Global Schools Program, I could not imagine how much it would change my classroom. I soon realized that I could develop my teaching on two parallel fronts. On one side, I started to present mathematics not as something abstract, but as a practical tool connected to the Sustainable Development Goals. On the other side, my participation in School for Goal 7 initiative led me to create interdisciplinary projects that combine mathematics with science, technology, engineering, and art. In this context, I developed a lesson called Tidal Power, Harnessing the Energy of Sea Currents, which was later selected for the Green STEAM Education Guide. I also used Planet Rescuers, and my students truly enjoyed it. While playing, they were learning about renewable energy and sustainability in a very engaging way. The impact in my classroom has been remarkable. Students who once felt distant from mathematics became more curious, engaged, and motivated when they realized that math can describe the real world and contribute to a sustainable development. Thanks to this program, I have also connected with teachers from around the world, and this exchange of cultures and perspective has been invaluable to me and has filled me with new enthusiasm, fresh ideas, and projects to develop. But there is still much work to do. And I believe that education in a world that urgently needs human solidarity and environmental action is the key to achieving sustainable development for future generations. Thank you. And about the question, at the beginning, introducing Goal 7 into my activity, it was not easy. That's because in Italy, unfortunately, sustainability challenges, students see sustainability challenges as something far from their daily lives. Schools for Goal 7 initiative really helped me because it combines interdisciplinary activities and hands-on projects with the Planet Rescuers game. Even though the game is mainly designed for younger students, my high school students truly enjoyed it. They were very engaged and focused on the different problems the game presented. And I think the most meaningful change I noticed is that their learning was much stronger. What they learned through these activities stayed with them much more than in a traditional lesson. And so thank you for this opportunity. And this, I truly believe that initiatives like Schools for Goal 7 are so powerful in helping us for more aware and responsible citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena. I think what you said is so powerful, and it's just amazing to work with you through the Global Schools program as an advocate, but also in Schools for Goal 7. So thank you for all you're doing for your students. It's really outstanding to work with you. So
thank you, Amanda.
So we have one more educator testimony video. They also participated in Schools for Goal 7. Richard Bello, he's a school leader, so we're going to hear from him now.
My name is Richard Bello from Good News Seed Academy International League in Nigeria. I recently participated in the School for Goal 7 teacher training on renewable energy and the energy transition. This training was truly an eye-opening experience for me. I learned practical ways to integrate renewable energy concepts into teaching, especially how to make science interactive and relevant to real-life challenges. As part of my training, I developed a lesson plan to help my students understand solar box cookers. This we will practically build as soon as the rain ceases in my part of the world. We intend building from cartons, foil paper, and glass sheets. This will not only teach my children science concepts, but also raise their awareness about clean energy solutions for sustainable living. I'm very grateful to the organizers, Global Schools Program, and Siemens Energy for this opportunity. I look forward to using what I have learned to inspire my students and the community to embrace renewable energy and be part of the energy transition. Thank you.
So it's really great to hear from Richard and as well as Noof on their video messages. They're both really contributed to the Schools for Goal 7 project, and if they're online, also want to give them a shout out. So thank you for joining us if you're here online as well. So as we kind of round off this spotlight, because I know this is a short spotlight session, I have 2 final questions for you both. So first to you, Rocio, if you imagine this program 5 years from now, what change would you like to see Schools for Goal 7 and Planet Rescuers making in schools and communities across the world?
I didn't expect that one. What changes? I think that I actually would like to extend it, as you were saying, to all the students, because we started thinking about 8 to 12. It is very important, but really when you want to promote more the critical thinking and other skills that are not the hard skills, I think that students from 12 to 15, 16 are the people that we are trying to reach.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And then Elena, over to you as well. So you can think about this question from the perspective of Schools for Goal 7 or even beyond this in your teaching. So what advice would you give to other teachers, either that are listening online or here in the room, that really want to start out with integrating sustainability and renewable energy into their classrooms?
Well, when teachers want to integrate sustainability and energy into their lessons, it helps to start small. Even a simple activity, a short question, a reflection question, or a math problem with real data could make a difference. And it's also very helpful to use the resources already available. For example, Global Schools website offers many ready-to-use lessons, and the Greening STEAM Education Guide provides practical examples that combines a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different interdisciplinary lessons, and it's very, very useful. And choosing topics close to students' context, daily context, is another key. When they feel that the subject is relevant to their own life, their motivation grows. And this is a very important point. And because I think that teaching sustainability is not just about knowledge, it's about empowering students to believe they can be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena, for that. And thank you so much, Rocio. So just to share once more with the audience, as well as our guests that are following us online as well. So we please encourage you to go to globalschoolsprogram.org/schools for goal 7. And check out the resources that we have developed in partnership. And also, we invite you, educators or students, to join our next upcoming cohort. So we're really excited about the future of this program. Thank you so much, Elena. Thank you so much, Rocio. Any final words from either of your side?
Well, I think that very often they ask me, which one is your favorite SDG? Or the one that you consider more important, no? And everybody expects me to see SDG 7 or 13. For me, it's really the SDG 17, sorry. Because as you can see here, with partnership and collective action, we can really change the world and make the things better.
Well, I think that we urgently need to do something. And we, as teachers, has the power to influence our students in one way. So we have to use this opportunity, and we have a lot of resources that we can use and for a better future.
Thank you so much, you both. We're actually exactly on time with this panel, so really great to hear your perspectives. And I will pass the microphone over to my colleague, I believe, Dr. Radhika Iyengar, to take us into the next speech. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda. And moving on to another next really important topic, we saw a lot of practitioners, we saw a lot of practice happening on sustainable development, but I would now like to invite Dr. Moira Fall. Moira is the Executive Director of NURAG and Senior Lecturer International and Development Studies. Moira, please. I wanted her to, amongst all her vast experience, she's really accomplished and she's been doing amazing, forging ahead with education aspects, including education for emergencies, speaking at the UN, speaking at various different events, traveling to various conferences, teacher conferences as well. But for this, for today, I wanted her to speak on the intersectorality, about how intersectorality can drive education agendas forward. And if you see the posters behind, definitely feel free to read the posters, maybe see how this intersectorality is coming into play and how the Ages of Globalization is trying to attempt at understanding the system level of working. So I'll ask Moira to please elaborate. Moira, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for the invitation, Radhika, the SDSN, all of the sponsors and partners for this enormously important project. I think you have some slides lined up?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'm looking at my phone not because I'm doing my socials, but because I'm actually watching the time that I have, because I know that I'm all that is between you and lunch. So fundamentally, what I want, our hearts are all very much into the idea that sustainability matters, that the SDGs matter individually and collectively. We all have our own favorite SDG. The majority of people in this room, we know which one it is. At the same time, we still need to hold in our heads the fact that this is something which is a whole. It's not just a sum of the parts. The whole is more than that. And so the first thing, our hearts are in it. We've heard a lot this morning of things that we're doing with our hands, and I'd like to just also engage our heads in this as well. So I'm holding you from lunch and I'm asking you to do some heavy brain work. Stay with me. We really need to think about the way we think about how things are and how they are interconnected. And so, you can see here, there's a range of different approaches where you're thinking about complexity and systems thinking. And I should have put my own book on that pile on systems thinking in international development and education. And next slide, please. We have to accept that what we're facing is complex and therefore think how we are approaching it, how we're thinking about it. So when we think about these different interlinkages within sustainability, my research has identified 4 different generations. Okay. So starting here with Kate Ray, do you know Kate Rayworth's donut model? Here, I think the really important thing is moving from this idea of everything serves the economy to saying no, the economy actually has to work in such a way that it's providing safe ecological ceilings and also just social floors. And the economy is going to provide us with that just and sustainable space for human flourishing. It's not economy above all and the rest will come along. And anything that goes wrong, we'll just call that an externality. Let's change that thinking completely. Next slide. So ignore the numbers because those are not correct. Anyway. So if we think about the relationship between 2 things, right? SDG 4, SDG 17, SDG 4, SDG 13. We could think about it in this linear way. which is as one increases, the other decreases, as one increases, the other increases, etc. So there's a lot of work, certainly from right at the beginning of the sustainability research, which is basically talking about synergies and trade-offs. So if you get more education, you'll get more wealth. If you get more education, maybe you'll have more sustainability. Depends on the type of education, which is what the Ages of Globalization project is all about. It's saying, how do you do the education, right? So this is a very simple understanding, the synergies and trade-offs, and you will trip across it everywhere. You'll find it in textbooks, you'll find it in academic articles, you'll find it in newspaper articles, in magazines, all over the place. As soon as you hear the synergies and trade-offs, I want you to just flinch and say, it's more complex than that. This was the World Sustainable Development Report, just to give you an example, please. Because, sorry, could you go back? There are some animations that haven't come out in this. Okay. So basically what it's doing is it's saying, here are 17 SDGs, there are 17 SDGs. Let's look at the intersection between SDG 4 and 13, SDG 4 and 7, whatever it is. Okay? So this is basically saying it's a linear relationship, and we're going to basically do a pairwise analysis, one against one, and that's all we're going to do. Next slide, please. So fundamentally, this has been the major paradigm. I would like you all to flinch if you see it again. Because the next generation of interlinkages research says, actually, these two variables could be complexly interrelated. It's not necessarily a straight line up or a straight line down. It could be that it's a slow relationship at some point, maybe over time, or over a certain amount of something else, and then it goes faster, and then it plateaus out. So we then have this next generation, which is still looking at the two variables, but it's basically saying we have this non-linear relationship. This one is non-linear and non-monotonic. Okay, why does that matter? It matters a great deal. I'm going to ask you to think about eating chocolate just before lunch. I know, not good. In this time zone, forgive me, our guests online, you'll be in very different time zones. When you start eating chocolate or any other thing that you find absolutely delicious, you want to eat a lot of it, don't you? And you eat it and you eat it, and you'll get to a point, if you haven't stopped before this, you'll get to a point where you really don't want to eat it anymore. And so your desire for it goes down. That's a very, very clear relationship between the chocolate that is available and the amount that you eat and the desire that you have for it. So we know that these non-monotonic, that's a non-monotonic relationship, that these non-monotonic relationships are really important. How could we possibly think that the relationships between one SDG and another SDG might not follow that same pattern, that it's going to vary over time? It could go up and down, it could go down and up, it could go up and then wibble a little bit and then down again. Over time, over amount, over treatment, over the quality, over whatever it is. So complexity, we know the world is complex. We know the interventions that we are putting into the world, particularly educational interventions, are deeply complex. Are we satisfied with synergies and trade-offs? I hope you're not, please. So just to put this in a table, this is the difference between the nonlinear, the rate of change, and the non-monotonic, which is, sorry, the direction of change and the rate of change. And that is a summary of these three main generations of sustainability interlinkages research. Next, please. So we can see there's a conceptualization, then we've got this quantification, we've got this computation of nonlinear relationships, and then computation of nonlinear and non-monotonic relationships. What about education? How is education treated in these different generations? So in generation 2, it's basically synergies, trade-offs, different for different other SDGs, okay? And then in generation 3, we see basically both synergies and trade-offs depending on the SDGs, depending on the data set. The World Bank data set might give you different results than the HDR data set, but it's at least computing something that is complex in the nonlinear. If we are taking complexity seriously in education, I want to give you this example. Please let the graph show up. Okay, the graph didn't show up. So there's a graph under the animation here, which basically shows in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, the relationship between education and income. And if you look at where the plot points are and you do a linear regression, basically it's saying it's just a cloud of points. There's no relationship. We don't need to worry about the relationship between education and income. And anyone who knows anything about education or income goes, really? So what we did was we did a calculation, and using nonlinear, non-monotonic relationships, you could see that the relationship did go down, it squiggled twice, and then it went up again. So you can actually see, you can fit a relationship between variables that might, under traditional linear regression, not be seen. So it's so important, because if we cannot see the relationships in the analyses we are doing, the solutions we come up with will be incorrect, because we're not actually addressing the problem that we need to be addressing. Oh no, this is a really nice animation. We've lost it. Never mind. So here, this is generation 3, where they basically did, and this is important, a systemic analysis of the relationships between several SDGs at the same time. Because as I said, if it's a system, you've got to analyze the relationships between everything at the same time, not just variable 1 and variable 2, but actually how the whole thing fits together and works together or doesn't work together. So in this paper in 2021, they said these 3 SDGs are complexly interrelated. Generation 4, what they worked out was, and the animation that we're missing, is that the line between 8 and 9 disappears. Because if you move from a nonlinear analysis to a nonlinear, non-monotonic chocolate, if I say the word non-monotonic, just remember chocolate. What actually happens is you see that SDG 4 mediates the relationship that appears to be between 8 and 9. There isn't a direct relationship between 8 and 9 necessarily. SDG 4 explains all of the relationship between 8 and 9. What does that tell us about policies that need to happen? What does that tell us about a 25% cut in international aid to development in the last 6 months? What does that tell us about how important the work of everyone in this room and in the Zoom room is? Enormously important. And so really this idea of thinking, if we know it's complex, then how do we actually treat it? How do we think about it? How do we analyze it? How do we work with it? I'm going to just do a little something now on what is missing in terms of that. So I've spoken a lot about computation, haven't I? And what we found in the last 5 years is the global, 10 years maybe, let's be generous. Institutions in the global north have rediscovered complexity. Discovered complexity, because it didn't exist before. Now we have the computational ability to make these numbers happen. We can do the maths. Now all of a sudden, yes, complexity exists. And actually, oops, sorry, could we go back one? Thank you. We all in this room know that systemic thinking, systemic working, systemic believing is absolutely critical to pre-Western science models and systems of knowing and being. So if someone says, hey, I did this complexity thing with numbers and nobody did it before me, please stop. And it is a category error, and that's fighting talk in academia. It is a category error not to acknowledge the long histories of systems thinking, systems being, systems believing, systems working, systems everything that exists. Thank you. So what we are suggesting then is the next generation of studying interlinkages and working with interlinkages in sustainability. Recognizing it's an ancient as well as novel ontology is absolutely crucial first step. Otherwise, we cannot respect. If we don't acknowledge it, we cannot respect it. Making sure that those perspectives are incorporated into sustainability, and I've used indigenous knowledges here, and there are others. This is not to fetishize indigenous knowledges above any other ways of knowing. It's about saying it is not respected. And there are many other ways of being an expert, number one. There are many other places where expertise exists that are not acknowledged. And I will draw your attention to our initiative, The South Also Knows, which is absolutely about that, saying we don't necessarily need expertise from the global north to the global south. In the global south, I am Zimbabwean, we have expertise and we can work on that with others and also maybe teach others in the global north as much as the global north is teaching us. And make sure that we are holding a perspective on power. Power does not disappear because you don't talk about it. Power does not disappear because you don't want to see it. Power is there. It is always there. So make sure that you're looking out for it. If you're in this room, right? I'm afraid I'm the one with the power because I have the microphone, right? That does not mean to say that in another setting, I would be sitting in a different place and you would be in a more powerful position to me. So it's not about just saying, oh, the IMF has power and I have no power. In each different setting, in each classroom, in each office, in each meeting that you are in your workplace, there will be different spaces of power that you enter differently. Who sets the agenda and who is left out? The General Assembly is one state, one vote-ish, maybe. That's the week that's happening today. How is global governance going to develop, given what we've seen literally just in the last 12 months? We're in a stage of resurgent, potentially revolution of what actually is going to happen in the future. Are we going with the same models? And therefore, what is funded and what is recognized? Because if you don't have the data, if you don't have the science, it's not going to be funded. Those people for whom data is not collected cannot be recognized, and therefore resources cannot be moved towards them. In the same way, if people want to continue playing the synergies and trade-offs game, if people want to continue playing the Western science is the only way to know anything game, it's a great way to know things, don't get me wrong. It's just not the only one. Then those other people, other things, other ways of knowing simply will not be funded and we will not be able to continue. Next slide, please. And so just to encourage you, there's these two books that may be of interest if you've been convinced by anything that I've said so far. And I will stop here and allow you to get to your lunch, but I'm sure Radhika has something to say before we go for lunch. Thank you.
That was truly fascinating. Thank you so much, Moira. Yes, definitely see the reports here and visit NORAG. It's a ton of resources. I always go there to find a lot of resources that are available, lots of reports, as well as a lot of different events that Moira hosts, which involve a lot of people from the South, and it's always good to connect online. So definitely feel free to look at, oh yeah, this is great. This is the website.
Thank you, Radhika, for contributing to our resources. Radhika is one of our star contributors, currently has a blog series that we're hosting, and you're very welcome to contribute to it. Do you want to talk about the blog series quickly?
Yes, blog series is actually the second panel that we are doing. That is a ask for the blog series. It is on social emotional learning and the linkages with climate education, climate justice, climate action. So it is a blog series that we've initiated, and we'll continue with the discussion in the next panel. as we go forward with that theme. And again, this is something that is an important resource for a lot of us. So thank you so much, Moira, for coming here and sharing your resources. And again, the posters are around. Definitely look at the posters to see the, again, interlinkages and the reflections of Ages of Globalization through the interlinkages. Lunch is here. There is, also there are cafes on Broadway. I was asked in the morning if there are cafes at Riverside. There are no cafes this side, but on Broadway there are a lot of cafes. If you want to go out, that would be a good place. Or if you want to hang out, we will start our session in the afternoon after lunch, which is going to be at
1:45.
1:45. So we'll be 1 hour of lunchtime, and feel free to exchange ideas, stay in the room, have coffee, have water. There'll be a couple of snacks and all. So thank you so much. We'll reconvene in the afternoon. So I'll ask Haley and Nicholas to join. Nicholas, please.
Why are you smiling? Yeah, that was me. I tried to miss it. I couldn't.
This side will be more visible online, right? Or the other side?
It's both. Yeah, both sides.
Yeah, both sides. Morning sessions, we had seen a lot of participants and our panelists discussing empathy, care. There was this idea of planetism against citizenship. And so I think the same thread is continuing in this panel also. And this is this is more of a personal journey for me because I'm getting into this space for learning about social emotional learning and how does that impact climate science, climate education, climate justice. And so the topic for this particular panel is power of collectives to focus on emotional well-being of all. We have two great panelists who are specifically working on these issues, getting at the idea of social emotional learning and how does that impact climate related action, climate justice. Um, so just maybe one caveat I wanted to mention that this summer I was in India and we were doing this research, very technical research on water testing in the outskirts of Bangalore. So Bangalore peri-urban areas. And a part of it is more about urban planning. Then the second part was more about water testing, about contaminants. And so I just wanted to have this fun activity, or I just wanted to, I asked a question before getting into all these technical details. I asked the students that were present, middle school and below, what do you think about when you think about water? And what do you think about when you see water around? And the first thing they mentioned was fun. For them, it was playing with water. It was all about like having fun. And we were more serious. We were into testing and this, that, and that gave me something to think about when we relate to all these natural aspects. Students, learners think of various different things which are more fun related, which are more emotionally, they have an emotional connect. And when we become older, I think our knowledge becomes very much cognitive driven. And so that was a little bit of a, I guess, question mark in my head. And I was thinking about how we need to really think about social emotional well-being, psychological aspects about climate justice. And so we have two amazing panelists today who have been working in this area. Haley Grimm, thank you Haley for coming here. She is a climate curriculum developer for MIT Open Learning. And Haley is an interdisciplinary researcher focused on accelerating just community-led climate actions through education and workforce development. Haley currently works at MIT Open Learning, where she translates MIT research into public courses and resources that can help anyone, anywhere understand our challenging world and implement just and effective climate solutions. Previously, she served as the Climate Engagement and Capacity Building Coordinator for NOAA Climate Office and the US Global Change Research Program, where she led development of the 2024 Climate Literacy Guide. And she has a BS in Ecology and Earth Systems and also a master's in Columbia University Climate School. So it's great that she's here, and she's going to specifically talk about a report that we worked on together, and I'm sure we'll open up to many questions and discussions here. Then a second panelist is Nicholas Nyblom. He is a PhD student in the Clinical Psychology program at Teachers College, Columbia University. Nicholas is a PhD student and is focusing on global mental health lab under he works there under Dr. Lena Verdelli at Teachers College, Columbia University. He's born in Tokyo and raised in Stockholm. Nicholas draws on his multicultural background to shape his research, and which focuses on community-based mental health interventions at the intersection of climate change and psychology. And Nicholas is motivated to further the mission of Global Mental Health Lab in reducing burden of mental illness and improving well-being in under-resourced communities around the world, and supporting research that enables local actors to drive locally led development. Nicholas also previously served as the co-president of the student organization Sustainability Task Force and works closely with the Center for Sustainable Futures at Teachers College. So, Nicholas, thank you for joining our discussion today. We also have Oren, but unfortunately, he's not able to join us. We need to be mindful of holidays. He has a religious holiday today, and he is not able to join us because of that. And it's a lesson for us to know that we need to be careful about when we are planning events to make it more inclusive. So the first, I wanted to ask Haley the question that you've been recently spearheading this transformative skills guide, and if you can elaborate on how did this report come about, what are some of the, the pillars included in the report, and what do you plan to achieve with this report?
Thank you so much. Can you hear? There we go. And thank you all for being here. So as you mentioned, we worked on this report together. So if you have anything to add, feel free to. But the Transformative Skills Guide is really an addition to the Climate Literacy Guide, which came out in 2024. We announced it last year at Climate Week. And it basically, the central idea is that, obviously, as has been discussed here and is discussed all throughout this week and the whole year, climate change and sustainable development are adaptive challenges. They're incredibly complex, always changing. They change over time, over location, depending on who's looking at it. So just understanding the cause of the problem or the atmospheric chemistry or the greenhouse effect or something is not enough to actually lead to sustained transformative change that we need to actually fundamentally address the root causes of problems and create a more sustainable future. In the wrong cases, that actually can lead to anxiety and apathy and doomerism, things like that. So this guide was written with the idea that to sort of shine a light on the types of skills that would allow people to engage more fully in climate change action and in sustainable development and climate justice in their community, and recognize the innate and sometimes developed skills that lead to that sort of change or that facilitate that type of action. So things like long-term visioning, critical thinking, connection to the environment and to other people, communication skills, things like that are incredibly important and are arguably the most important to actually leading to this change over time. So the guide itself is structured in that there's a preamble that kind of lays out this argument, and then a table of skills that's based on a guide called the Inner Development Goals, which was developed in Sweden actually by over 1,000 researchers and practitioners in sustainable development and sustainability. And what it is sort of it's structured similarly to the Sustainable Development Goals, but looks at these sort of inner skills that would facilitate achieving them. So things like the qualities I just mentioned. There's 23 skills over 5 dimensions that are called out. And so they are, in this guide, we're adapting the inner development goals for SDG 13, which is climate action. We go through the preamble, the table, and then finally there are some case studies of how organizations around the world are already using this sort of skill-based framework in order to facilitate and accelerate, support transformative local climate action. So
as mentioned, yeah, it came out of the Climate Literacy Guide. We had an amazing group of co-authors working on this, who I won't name because some of them still work for the federal government, but it was a really awesome collaborative effort, very interdisciplinary, between the federal government at the time and academia, civil society, and nonprofits. And yeah, so we were based it on interviews with over 700 people around the world on what types of skills are needed, which added to the chorus of, I think, over 1 million people who have put in responses for the Inner Development Goals to create this guide. And we hope that it will be useful for educators, but not only educators, communicators, community leaders, climate justice organizations, anyone who's trying to create more than just like Band-Aid solutions in this sort of long-term capacity building effort that is the climate action. So, yeah.
Jenny, I will leave this climatelitteracy.earth cards here. This includes the 2 reports that Haley mentioned. And so on your way back, or maybe towards the end of the day, maybe now, later on, I just leave them here. It's climatelitteracy.earth. You can look at the reports. I think it's going to give you a different lens to climate-related action, because it is talking about inner development goals, and it's talking about social emotional learning as a foundation for climate action, which is, I think, 2 separate worlds that I'm looking at when I was looking at literature, that SEL is a separate category that goes on as emotional well-being and happiness, and there's a lot of work at the UN that does a lot of happiness indicators, and that is relying on social emotional. But what we usually associate climate is just the climate, I guess, negative emotions, that we are associating climate with climate anxiety, depression, helplessness, but we've made it reach that goal, and now we only associate negative emotions to climate. And so this report gives you another lens of how can we actually use this as a way of encouraging students to learn from and use positive psychology, positive emotions to be attached with climate action and climate justice related work. So with that, I want to hand over to Nicholas, and he is actually working on the psychology aspect, and I learned a new word, eco-psychology, that we were having discussions on. So I want to learn more about that from him. And also a question that I had is, maybe you can elaborate on SEL. Can it be one of the pathways to linking or having more connections with nature and the environment around you? And can that be inculcated, or does it come naturally? So I just wanted to hand over to Nicholas for his intervention.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Also, so wonderful to see so many people here. I recognize a lot of people have the UN pin as well. So that's really fun. I'm going to divide this question into 3 different topics. The first one talking about social emotional learning, then the second one talking about environmentalism, eco-psychology, and then the third one about climate action. How does all these 3 connect to each other? First thing that I am wondering though, does everyone in here know what social emotional learning actually means? Does everyone feel comfortable giving me an explanation on that? Probably not. It's a great word that we use all the time, but do we really know the meaning of it? Social emotional learning comes to the understanding of empathy. You understand your own emotions, you're aware of other people's emotions as well. How do we learn it? We learn it in school, but how? It's typically through relationships. We get feedback all the time when we speak to people. We get feedback on how we feel as well, and we're able to put that into words as well. And something they did at a Trails program at the University of Michigan, working with K-12 schools and educators specifically, was to word these feelings that everyone has and to talk about feelings. So we saw an immediate increase in social emotional learning. People were more aware. We had reduced mental health illnesses and diseases in the school programs as well. So we know social emotional learning is an important thing. That's great. Now connecting this to eco-psychology and the nature, something that you mentioned as a perfect example. When you mention the word water, what do people think about? Fun. What do we think, like, why do we think the word or the feeling fun is because we have a relationship to water. That's the same way we have some sort of relationship to nature as well, just like we have a relationship to each other in the room. So social emotional learning comes in back into it. We have developed some sort of empathy and some feelings when it comes to nature. So spending a lot of time in nature, spending time with plants, animals, just being in the sunlight, you develop these feelings within you that makes you think further. It makes you develop a positive relationship to nature, and it makes you feel better. It also makes you be more protective of nature. It makes you engage in more climate action behaviors. Because one thing that I've done a lot of research on that we also found in Finland specifically was that almost everyone knows that climate change is happening. It's super horrendous, super sad. Everyone is associating with a negative thing. But in Finland and Scandinavia in general, including Sweden where I'm from, we're very, very good at participating in climate action behaviors. And the question for us became why? It's not about the scientific knowledge, knowing that it is happening. It's not about knowing what we can do against it. Of course, that's part of it. But the most important thing that we saw was that if you have an emotional connection to nature, you care about it, you see the importance of it within you, within society, it makes you want to participate in climate action behaviors. That's where the science comes in. So connecting this to social emotional learning, very, very important to focus on these feelings because that's going to inform our ways of thinking about it, how we're going to participate in it. And it's also what we've seen in the work in the Global Mental Health Lab that I'm a part of as well. What we do see is that in some parts of the world, specifically in Asian countries, they have this extraordinary relationship to nature that psychologists, westernized speaking, doesn't really focus too much on it. We focus very much on what's going on internally, but we lose the external part. So there's definitely a lot of there going into there, and thinking about the climate action gap or the scientific knowledge action gap specifically, here is where social emotional learning is not only important for our own mental health and how we can spread it to other people, but also if we want people to take collective action, to get some sort of hope that we can actually make a change for the environment and the world, that's where emotions come in. We need to talk about it. We need to talk about our feelings, our memories, our connections. It is what's going to make us want to participate in these individual solution hope actions, but also collective action as well, that we want to work together towards a general common that's greater than ourselves kind of goal. That's, yeah.
So much, Nicholas. I guess one observation from my end, it's like an observation in my day-to-day life. I have two kids. One is in 3rd grade, the other one is in 8th grade. When I take my 3rd grader to school every day in the morning, she will look at a pebble and will stop me, and I'm like, okay, she's admiring something. When the leaves fall, she'll again ask me to like, okay, stop, and like she'll admire the leaf, and I'm like, there's like nothing extraordinary about the leaf, but she'll make me stop, and I'm dragging her because I know we are late and we have to go to school, right? We can't be marveling at nature and marveling at all these things right now, at least in the morning. My 8th grader is completely the opposite. She has, I'll tell her, did you see that amazing tree? It's just become yellow right now. And she's like, which tree? So, and the mother is the same, the family is the same. And now I wonder what has happened from childhood to middle school, that the observation has gone and the wonder has gone. Now, when the wonder goes away and the content knowledge and the exams and cognitive science kicks in, then you are just, then you are only concerned about your marks. And then your activism goes away, you don't feel connected to nature. And when you don't feel connected, why will you protect it? If you don't love it, and if you don't be amazed and surprised at what's happening in around you, then you hear such bad news about flood and wildfires and this and that, then you have a really strange relationship with nature. So I just wanted to open up to our our panelists here, and maybe also take a reflection from all of our participants here. Maybe you guys can ask questions also, but maybe quick reactions from both of you, and we can then ask the panel participants also to ask questions.
Yeah. One thing that I found fascinating in the research that I've both done and read specifically in Scandinavian cultures, is that we have outdoor education as part of the national curriculum already from we grow up, from when we're kindergarten, all the way until we're in 12th grade. Once a week, we're going to have classes outside. It's not only interesting to look at the kids who see their own emotional learning and also how they empathize with nature, how they empathize with other people. We take away this little thief, the technology aspect of it. But it's also fascinating to see adults nowadays as well who find their communities and connection through the outdoors. It's prescribed in medicine nowadays, even in the US as well. We hear a lot of people prescribing, go out, spend some time out in the sun. You can see it in hospital studies as well, actually. People who are in recovery with a window of nature recover faster than people who just have a brick wall in their hospital room. So that's something I found really fascinating when it comes to health, physical health, but also communal health as well, which I would say. Yeah.
That's really interesting. And I think in the context of the US, there is a little bit of work to do to get to that potentially culture of climate action. And I think that's a huge window where the climate literacy discussion comes in, because we have issues on both sides. If you're familiar with the Yale Program on Climate Communication 6 Americas survey, they have 6 categories that people fall into of how much they care about climate change, from don't care about it at all, don't believe it's happening, to alarmed is the highest category. And on both sides of the spectrum, there's a gap either of information or intentional misinformation, not understanding or caring about the problem. And then a lot of times in the alarmed side, and you can, in the reflection of, it's called alarmed, not active or something like that, there is a really strong tendency to fall into anxiety, doom, apathy, burnout, because there's a gap, I think, in caring so much or knowing so much, but not being able to necessarily connect it to community or connect it to nature or connect it to the things that you care about in a way that goes beyond yourself. So there's very strong, on both sides, a need for information and these sorts of interpersonal and nature skills in order to create a more sustainable and regenerative climate movement that can bring everyone along, not just the people who already care about it because they're worried about it. So connecting it to those positive emotions, connecting it to a vision of a better future, rather than just the day after tomorrow or don't look up, or those types of future scenarios, which is really all that we have at the moment, at least in popular culture, in terms of what the future looks like if it's dealing with climate change. Most future visions that we have don't deal with that, or they're in Mars or whatever, and they mention Earth is like a bombed out horrible place, we don't go there anymore. Like, we need to have something that everyone can rally around, and it needs to be connected to the information, to nature, and to each other, in order for people to actually stay in the fight for a long enough time to make the deep changes that we need in this country and in varying ways around the world as well.
Actually, one last thing. Oren right here, I work very closely with him at Teachers College as well. He, or Center for Sustainable Future, we have hosted something called the Summer Institute, where we've invited several hundreds of teachers within the New York City area. And we have found that a lot of teachers come in with the feeling and thought they're very alone in the talking about climate change within education, specifically about themselves as well. But the very, very beautiful and cathartic thing that we've seen is when we bring them all together and you're able to talk about it, that's when you get the communal feeling that you just mentioned about. So it's a very recent example of how important it is to kind of feel that collective feeling of it.
One more thing to add based on that. Again, in those Yale surveys, they find that there's a really strong majority of people who care and are worried about climate change, who want the same sorts of things that have been identified as the most important things in this country to move climate action forward, and almost nobody talks about it. And so you can find in general population surveys as well, in the US and to a lesser degree around the world, people do deeply care about it, and they think they're alone. and they think that nobody else cares about it. That's also a function of the media and how it interacts with this issue. But yeah, that's totally true as well, in the US at least.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes.
I don't need a microphone. Just a thought, like as educators, I think our hands are tied sometimes because of how our administration deals with things, or even like our state or our country's regulations. I think what we could all pull together and do maybe is have the kids be empowered by political activism too. You know, showing them how to write to their senators or the politicians in their area, so they will maybe expedite the change that we need to see. So just an idea that came to my head, because then it empowers them, and we're all feeling that way, and it gives them a place to talk to each other and to collaborate as well and come up with ideas. So just a vision I see that maybe we can all work together toward.
Any other comment?
So this is more directed at Nicholas. You were talking about emotional, social connect. When we connect with something, we happen to take care of it more, right? So, and then in the previous panel earlier, we were talking about empathy. And so that was culturally across boundaries. The word that comes to mind is our identification. So the more limited our identification is, the less we happen to care. So maybe I just care about myself or my community or my country, as opposed to, and the same, I guess I can expand to other species or even planet Earth, the climate. So to me, the more we expand our identification with the planet as a whole, maybe we can be more effective in attacking these issues, right? So what's your take on that?
I completely agree with you. It's really interesting to look at the research on spirituality and nature. Is that many people, when they connect to nature and they spend a lot of time in it, they kind of explain it in a way that I'm part of something greater than myself. I'm part of the whole planet. So it's really fascinating to look into the research on this as well. But I completely agree. If you feel like you're a part of a community, a part of the world, that makes you want to take care of it as well. And also future generations as well. We do see an issue right now where there's a lot of people who don't have kids anymore. There's a lot of reproductive identity issues with this as well, where it's only about me in a way. Same thing with teachers as well. There's less people becoming teachers with the hypothesis that there's losing hope in the world in a way. So I completely agree that technology is great in many, many ways, but in many ways we've also lost connection to the world and to people with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to go back to your comment, I think the civic education is absolutely inextricable from climate literacy or any sort of climate education. We have to be, not just in like K-12 or college or anything, but in general, these things have to be tied not just to civic action, but to action in general, not only to address anxiety issues, but also to move forward. Like, there's so many young people who care so deeply about this and are asked to sit on the sidelines until they can vote. And that is just an incredible waste of passion and effort and time. And, the highest stakeholders in climate issues are young people, because they will always be more affected, at least until we can figure this whole thing out. So we have to be focusing on that and bringing young people both into discussions and decision making, but also empowering young people and people in general with these tools to be able to engage in local and federal and international decision making. And I think specifically in the US, that's incredibly important because it's been de-emphasized over time as well. So giving people back their civic rights is incredibly important. So just wanted to say thank you for saying that.
The other question, I think there was a hand that was raised at the back.
I may, if we still have a few minutes. I'm listening to all of what you are saying. I find it so fascinating because I feel we're also thinking about systems of power in the world and how students or young people are also, or how we all being manipulated into consumerism, or being inundated by information through the infodemic that we're all witnessing through social media and online. And I'm always wondering, we have wonderful young people, educators, experts in the room here today. But if there was maybe a Nike store downtown bringing out a new collaboration, I mean, the whole block would probably be standing around. So I'm always thinking, how can we motivate more young people to go into that space, and what are the powers and systems that we're fighting to get it there?
Very complicated. It's a very complicated question. I do appreciate it, though. I think it makes everyone here think a lot. I recently read this book. I don't remember the author, but basically criticizing education as a form of conforming to society. So what education tells you basically tells you more about society in itself. And the consumerism, something you can see a lot through education as well. It's a lot of privilege to be in education as well. You have to have the financial means in order to partake in it too. So yeah, it's definitely systems approach. There's so many things that affect it at the same time. And this is more of a personal standpoint and opinion based on research as well. But I would say education is a big pillar of that. What we learn through school throughout our childhood is pretty much what's going to stick with us throughout our whole life as well. Of course, we can work with adults as well, but the truth is the next generation of people are the people in the classrooms right now. And those are the people that we need to work with. So changing education, I think that's a big system that I'm a huge proponent of working on.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that also continues throughout life as well. So yes, absolutely changing the traditional education system, but also addressing through how learning continues through life, through media, through, both like news media and also social media, also, fictional, movies, songs, TV shows, where people are always learning the values of society and things like that, and how those sort of messages can be either challenged or critiqued, or a new vision brought forward. And that affects all ages as well. And I think in terms of who we're fighting, I guess, the last part of your question, there's a very well documented campaign to do exactly what you're talking about, and to sort of distract and reorient people's efforts and what they care about and what they search for and aim for in life towards more capitalist or consumerist things. A playbook, you could argue, started by the tobacco industry, or definitely used a lot by the tobacco industry and the oil industry. There's some great information from Trill, is the group, that did a lot of investigative reporting on that, and also the PR campaigns that have embedded that both within the educational system and also the media landscape. So getting people to question that, or even be aware that that exists, I think is also an important piece of beginning to break out of it. Yeah.
I know a lot of the resources we have as teachers is curriculum to use in the classroom to helping educate children and empower them, and that's absolutely critical. But lately I've been thinking more and more that we got to educate the teachers. It's got to become part of a teacher's coursework to become certified, because we work in a school where there's a handful of us in a middle school, high school complex of about 2,000 students. And it's very hard to find anybody else who's like, I just retired and nobody took over the clubs I had for sustainability. They don't understand. How it can be integrated into social studies, into math, it's not just science. And so it seems like it has to become integrated into the requirements to become a certified teacher. So that's one point I want to make. Another, I just thought of our student. We know a student who's extremely passionate. I had her in 6th grade. She's in 9th grade now. And a couple days before we came down, she wrote a book. Published a book. You can buy it on Amazon about hiking and the importance of connecting to nature. And she talks about sustainability in it. So she had sent me a text just a couple of days before we left and said, I want to read more. I want to become a better eco-kid. Do you have resources for me? So my other question is, if after we're done with this, you have some good book suggestions for her. I mean, this is outside her courses because we don't have a lot of courses to do with that. She wants to learn more. She wants to be empowered. So that was the second part. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And to the first part, I think there is some really interesting progress going on in states for things like teacher training around this and professional development, or changing the curricula to be more climate focused, more interdisciplinary. Specifically, I think Maine, New Jersey, Washington State, and Colorado, I've heard in different ways, are really addressing that, exactly your point. Like, how do we sustainably make sure that all of the graduates of the state education system are coming out knowing about this, at least, if not active and civically engaged and things like that. So that is one area of hope for me, having just been fired from the federal government working on this stuff. The states are really continuing and bringing that forward. And on the second part, I'll just shout out again, climatelieracy.earth has a lot of resources that we've collected. Although I'm not sure if it has books that a middle schooler would be into, but I will.
In 9th grade.
In 9th grade? Maybe I'll add a section. But there are some curriculum guides and professional development things, communities for teachers who are interested in climate literacy and climate education, and other things as well for policymakers or communicators, things like that.
Do you know the update on is New York State still pushing through the bill to make climate literacy pre-K through 12?
I am not sure. I don't think it passed last legislative session, but maybe it'll be introduced again, I would hope. Yeah.
New York inspires us. So 26, 27.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we just want to discuss.
Awesome.
Yeah, regarding your first question, I think that's a little bit harder for me to answer since I'm in psychology specifically. But what I do know is that, yeah, we don't really have enough teachers as of right now focusing on climate change. Also, in general, the numbers on burnout rates amongst teachers are getting higher and higher as well. So I do think that we need to do a better job at taking care of the teachers, first of all. But then also, if we could have a curriculum on climate change, maybe make it mandatory requirement to have one teacher at each school, or have maybe a parent who can take care of the student organizations as well. As long as we have someone representative, I think that would be very, very important. I wish that Oren was here to talk more with you because he has so much information on this. Regarding book examples, I have a bunch of them, so I'll definitely recommend them afterwards.
I think this was a fascinating discussion just to start thinking about this idea. There's lots to be done here, mental psychology related mental models, eco-pedagogy, maybe more civic activism, but related to mental well-being, connecting the happiness frameworks that UN has, and many countries are following it, including India. I think there's a lot in here that we have just maybe in today's discussion was just a tip of the iceberg. And if you reflect on this more, and if you have suggestions, if you could write a thought piece or a blog, as I mentioned earlier on, Nurag, Moira is here. Nurag has given us a space to create a blog series, and we are doing this on SEL, social emotional learning, and the linkages between climate action and climate justice. And again, as Nicholas rightly pointed out, what is how do we define SEL in our own perspective and breaking it down using that specific aspect and linking it to something local that can become at least a global case study to think about is something that we are really interested in. So please, get in touch with us if you are writing on this topic, if you are teachers, if you are students, if you are doing this in the schools in some form or have done that before. We will be really interested in publishing a blog on your experience with Nurag, and thanks to Moira for giving us a space to start reflecting on this aspect. Also, in December, we will be doing a webinar with UNESCO on exactly the same topic, getting a much more of a global understanding from various different regional aspects. This is with the Education for Sustainable Development team at UNESCO and global citizenship team coming together to create a webinar under the Greening Education Partnership. This will be a great way to reflect on the blog pieces as well as also to take the discussion forward. So thank you again to the panelists for giving us the space and giving us some time to think about these aspects. And I hope that we learned something from this discussion, and we'll be able to reflect on it more, keep reading and keep writing, and we'll get there. Oh, yes, please.
Thank you.
Hand it over to Hein, who will take over the next session.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. Greta Thunberg has a book called The Climate Book, and I've read it. It's a series of essays. I really like it. Maybe not for a 6th grader, but definitely for a 9th grader. I couldn't remember the name of the book, so I just recalled and wanted to.
Thank you, Nandini.
Thank you, Radhika.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heiss Shin. I'm an education advisor at the Center for Sustainable Development of Columbia University's Climate School, co-hosting this event. I'm really excited for this panel because I think our panelists, if I can actually ask our eco ambassadors to start coming up, our panelists, these amazing individuals are the people that embody what we just talked about. I know from having worked with some of them for over 6 years that they embody empathy, they have the scientific knowledge, they have the ambition to take on the climate challenge. They have been part of policy at policy levels as well, affecting their township and state governors, their decision making, the leadership of their schools. They have been all over to really make sure what they know doesn't stay on paper, but that it is something that is changing in their environment and in the world. So thank you so much to the 5 of you for being here. I'll go sit here right next to you. If I can just give a little bit of background on the Eco Ambassador Program. It's a program that started back in 2019, and Dr. Radhika, who was just our moderator in the prior panel, her and I just had a simple mission to begin with, which was to take a lot of the climate research that was happening at Columbia's Climate School, and how do we make it more accessible and digestible for the public, especially for youth. In the past few years, we've just been blown away by what that has become. We started in a very small room of a public library in Millburn, New Jersey, with 15, 20 people, and some of you were there. And in just the past few years, it has become a network of students joining from over 40 countries around the world, or over 700 students. So we really didn't envision that to happen, but we think that it really took off that way because of the commitment of our eco ambassadors. And today we'll get to share a little bit of those stories. I will ask you if you can just take turns just introducing yourself briefly. That would be a good place to start. We'll just go in a line.
Hello. Okay, perfect. So I guess I'll just start. Hi everyone, my name is Vidya Bindal. I'm a senior in New York Academy in New Jersey, so just across the river. I'm involved in my school's sustainability council, soccer team, track team. I also do Indian classical dance, and I have been an eco ambassador since 2019 with Columbia University's Institute of Sustainability.
Hi everyone, my name is Divya Arora. I'm a junior at Parsippany Hills High School in northern New Jersey. Ever since middle school, I've been a very passionate advocate for climate change and other environmental issues. I've led several town initiatives on topics such as meat consumption, fast fashion, and microplastics, trying to spread awareness and spread education on different topics across my town.
Hello everyone, my name is Allison Kim and I'm a senior in Summit High School in New Jersey. I'm very excited to join this panel as I'm very interested in environmental issues. I like taking classes related to environment, and I'm also a member of our school's environmental club.
Hi everyone, so glad so many people are here today, and it's so nice to be sitting here with so many other passionate eco-ambassadors. I'm Anvi Anand, and I'm a current 11th grader in high school. I'm from the Lawrenceville School and also from Milburn, New Jersey. And I would say my climate journey would probably started maybe when I was in 5th grade. And it just started from the environmental club, but it really developed into a great passion of mine around like 8th grade, 9th grade, when I got more involved with Columbia University, starting from the Eco Ambassador Summer Program, where I met many people who shared similar passions relating not just to an environmental science, but also the societal implications, using GIS to kind of tell their story. And yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Shreya. I'm a junior at Milburn High School. It's really nice to see all of you here today. So as a aspiring physician, my favorite thing to study about the environment is the intersection of health and the environment, because I think it's incredibly important to consider how environmental changes affect every single one of us here today. And I think it's also a very effective way to get people to understand the implications of climate change and really get people excited about climate activism. I've been a part of the Eco Ambassador program for 3 years now, and it's been some of the best years of my life. Thank you so much, Ms. Payne and Ms. Pradika, for giving us so many opportunities. We had a lot of research opportunities, and we got to share our stories, which I found most interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the stories and their projects they're going to share today, you will see some of their poster boards around the room. So I'll invite all of you to talk to the students directly during our next break. But what we want to do now is to share specifically our summer program, which is the Eco Ambassador Solutions Lab. We're partnered with SDGs Today of SDSN Network, which was also supported by the New Jersey and New York Sea grant. And specifically this year, given our Ages of Globalization initiative and course launch, we have really asked the students to merge the climate science, climate knowledge, their activism, and how do we link it to Ages of Globalization, the history, the storytelling. So that's the program and the projects that we're going to talk about. So Allison has taken a very interesting project where she has created linked her work with the arts. So we'll do your presentation towards the end. So for now, we can share some of the poster board projects first. So we'll go ahead and do that. So one thing we wanted to do was to just give you some prompts to think about, right? So first, if you can share on the two main points, which is just sharing what your project was about and why you chose it.
So I was very fortunate to be part of the Ages of Globalization summer program this past summer. My story map that I created was on a topic that I honestly had not much interaction with before. But as I said previously, I've been an eco ambassador since 2019. And so I've been very fortunate to be a part of local as well as international climate initiatives. And I feel that all of these initiatives come back to the same problem of why don't people care? So our previous panelists talked about social emotional learning, and that was an aspect of the solutions part of my story map. However, the reason that I picked climate disengagement was to really tackle the root question, why don't we care? And I came at this from a three-pronged approach of philosophy, psychology, and neuroscience to try and truly weave together several different fields to get different perspectives on this one pressing issue.
So to talk about my project, currently over 600 schools in New Jersey have installed solar panels since 2022. And I found that there's very little conversation surrounding that transition in my homeschool district of Parsippany Troy Hills. And I thought, especially after discovering that a very nearby neighboring district in the town of Montville recently transitioned, I found that they had a projected savings of over $1 million in the next 15 years, and were saving over 1 million pounds of carbon emissions each year. And I thought to myself, why is my district not doing the same? Especially with 14 schools, my homeschool district of Parsippany has this unique opportunity to have significant amount of carbon emissions and financial savings, and I thought that it'd be a very impactful and great thing to do in my own town.
Hi everyone, again I'm Anvi, and this year I did not do the Age of Globalization course with the Eco Ambassador Solutions Lab, but the prior 2 years while I was a part of the program, the first summer of 2023 when I did it, the theme was pretty open-ended, so I chose to do my story map with my friend, very close friend here, Shreya Iyer, and I won't go too in-depth, but we focused on the climate justice, on the the climate and societal impacts of the Russia-Ukrainian war alongside the Taliban war, and how these vulnerable regions, they suffer such harsh climate conditions on top of the war's impact. So we really dived in both into kind of like a journalistic approach. So we looked at the point of views of those parties, and we also used GIS and data mapping for, for example, for the Russia-Ukrainian war, we used mapping to pinpoint the different missiles from both sides, and then we kind of connected that mapping to the environmental impacts. Similarly, with the Taliban war, we talked a lot about the timeline, but also about the relating sustainable development goals such as gender equality, climate action, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And that was what we did the first summer. The second summer, which was summer of 2024, the theme was more focused on microplastics and their impacts on water bodies, marine life, etc. So that summer I did an individual story map, and I talked about what microplastics are, the general basics, but then I specifically collected data on around the northeast, the water bodies in the northeast, such as the Great Lakes, the Hudson River, New York City, etc. And I connected them kind of similar to what Shreya was talking about before, to the health impacts, but also to the economy, right? The Great Lakes, there's so many jobs that revolve around these water bodies, and how something so small can have such a large impact, economically, socially, and on the climate.
Hi, so again, my name is Shreya. I won't talk too much about our first project in 2023 because Anvi kind of covered most of it, but my project in 2024 was about microplastics and specifically its effect on human health. So what inspired this project? I'm not sure if you guys have had water from a plastic bottle that's been out in the sun for too long. It just tastes disgusting. It makes you want to throw up. It tastes awful. And that's pretty much what inspired me, because if something can taste so horribly bad, it has to be bad for your health, right? So from there, it's kind of been one of my main research passions. I looked into how specific chemicals that are used to make microplastics, such as BPA, affect our health, and it affects our health in a lot of ways. It can cause cancer, it can cause gestational issues, digestive issues. It's not looking too bright. But that was basically what my project in 2024 is about, and unfortunately I couldn't participate this summer but I hope to participate in the future.
So now I'll leave it to you to dive a little deeper into your projects. For those of you who worked on AOG specifically this year, if you can also comment on how you have applied what you have learned from AOG to your projects and what your biggest takeaways were of your project and from your understanding of Ages of Globalization. And I'll ask you to do the same. What are the biggest takeaways and how have you applied the different knowledge you've gotten through the program into your projects? So I'll leave that to you.
So again, as Ms. Shin just mentioned, we had the Ages of Globalization as our theme for this summer project. So for climate disengagement, I thought one of the interesting parts about it that I drew inspiration from the Ages of Globalization was the interdisciplinary nature of the course. If any of you have taken the course, you could probably see all 17 themes of the SDGs in them running throughout in various different ways. And though I wasn't able to connect all 17 SDGs in my project, I did the best I could, and I tried to connect 3 of them as the main ones. So I had SDG 13 for climate action, more so because climate disengagement is climate inaction. SDG 3, because it is good health and well-being. Climate disengagement can cause severe cases of eco-anxiety, apathy, which I explored a lot deeper in my poster board. And SDG 4 for quality education, because the Ages of Globalization clearly showed that education builds agency. So in order to truly get back our futures and get back ourselves and our care for the environment, education, I believe, is one of the first steps that we can take for that. Finally, I thought it was very interesting that in the 7 ages that the Ages of Globalization course covered, the first was the Paleolithic age, which I found interesting in the sense that our brains have developed in a certain manner. When we used to live as nomads and we lived in small groups, fight or flight was a very significant way in which we survived. And yet, as centuries have passed, as time has gone on, our brains have evolved. The mechanisms for which we respond to certain systems have evolved. Yet at the very cause of it, climate disengagement doesn't fit into that box of fight or flight that causes us to react in a very visceral, raw way. Climate change is a very distant thing, and the problem that we have created simply doesn't fit with the way that our brains and our bodies work. So that is the third prong that I kind of explored in my trifold, which was the neuroscience way. Thank you.
So my project focused on transitioning my home school district of Parsippany Troy Hills to solar energy. And to dig deeper into this exact process, I first started off by reaching out to Solar Landscape, which is a solar energy company that my neighboring district of Montville had worked with. By providing them with some preliminary information, such as aerial views of all of the schools in my district and our current kilowatt-hour consumption, they were able to help me calculate how much energy we could produce if we transitioned to solar. After this, I had to acquire 12 months worth of energy bills for all 14 schools in my district from our town. And after going through all of the costs that we had, breaking them down into generation, delivery, and demand charges, I was able to calculate what our potential savings could be, and based on that, how much we could cut our emissions by per year. I also had a lot of help from an energy expert in town, as when I walked into this initiative, I had very little prior knowledge of how to do these calculations, and this entire process worked. Ultimately, after a few weeks of doing this work and going through dense bills, the findings were very exciting and eye-opening. We found that we could save over $3 million in net savings over the next 10 years, and that we could cut carbon emissions by over 30,000 metric tons, which is equivalent to around 700 cars off the road each year. The best part is that there would be zero upfront cost for the district, so we found that there are only pure benefits to be had. In terms of connecting this to the Ages of Globalization, I learned a lot about, through Jeffrey Sachs's work, how energy dependence started in the industrial age, including fossil fuel reliance, and today, with our growing population, growing economies, and even with the rise of AI, this dependence is only going upwards. And as we enter a sustainability-driven future, we need energy that is clean, renewable, and stable. Professor Sachs also explored how local action is essential to true progress, as it is at that ground level that true meaningful change is made. And I truly believe that the transition of schools to solar is exactly what that action looks like, as it's a very practical and doable plan to transition us and have tangible results.
I would like to connect the first story map that we did on climate justice and how the war impacted the climate, specifically around the Taliban situation in Afghanistan. And through what I researched about Afghanistan and after the Taliban reign, once they took over, they disconnected a lot of governmental bodies around the climate, such as their water institution, which caused a lot of environmental impacts, specifically in Kabul, their capital. And that caused, firstly, the water supply to decrease. And in an already scarce region, water resources are lower, nutrients aren't there, and overall food productivity is like fairly low, right? And like, why is this connecting to the age of globalization? The moment the Taliban took over, the connection Afghanistan had with the rest of the world, with international institutions, also got cut. And because of that, people there are suffering, both women and men. And that kind of connects to what Jeffrey Sachs talked about, like in globalization, as a member of the Earth, as a global citizen, we should aim for Earth to be flat. Now you must be thinking, what does that mean, right? Earth being flat, as in every country is symbiotically related, right? And not one country should be higher than the other, rather working like a line, right? I read a book on globalization, and that's exactly what they described globalization as, the Earth being a line, not round, and supporting flat Earth theories. But that's how I believe the age of globalization is tied to so many issues, not just the Afghanistan war, so many issues even today, and how aiming to reach that flatter Earth where countries developing and developed can mutually work without, having like the dynamic of developed countries having the upper hand all the time and always stripping resources from developing countries for their personal benefits. It's really interesting how we can study that, and specifically study it within developing nations, such as in history, the ones that today we see as developing, but back then, if they weren't colonized, maybe today the countries who do, dominate the economy would not be as rich as they are, as wealthy as they are, and that cultural diaspora too, as well.
So I wasn't able to participate in the summer program this year, but I was able to take the Ages of Globalization course. And I think one of the most enlightening things that I learned during that course was how interconnected everything is. And I know that sounds kind of dumb, but what I mean is, when we talk about climate change, it's not just the climate. We have to consider the social consequences, the economic consequences, the political consequences, the historical background. And I think that's one thing that Dr. Sachs conveyed so well in the Ages of Globalization course. It really pushed me to understand what I'm saying. Like, I can just say, we need to stop producing plastics ASAP. And I can say that, but then we're completely discrediting the fact that it is a huge part of many countries' economies, and for good reason. It's a huge part of politics, and I think Dr. Sachs made some really good points that I really drew from. As for what my project from 2024, what I kind of took away from that, so there's a science research program in my school, and last year when I was during that science research program, it was actually based off of the project that I did with you guys in the Eco Ambassador Solution Lab, because it inspired me a lot. So last year I was really researching how we could combat the effects of BPA on health. And there's actually this microbe, this enzyme called lactase, that has the potential to degrade BPA, which is genuinely amazing because think of the possibilities if we can degrade it in our bodies, if we can degrade it in our water systems. And lactase isn't the only enzyme. There are different enzymes being studied for different compounds, for all compounds that make up microplastics. And I think it's really interesting to be able to research that, and that's definitely a direction I want to explore in the future. So I want to thank you guys for giving me that inspiration in the first place.
We're going to shift gears now a little bit and go from all the science of and in relation to our Eco-Ambassador program and our Eco-Ambassadors' lives to the arts. So Allison, I'll hand it over to you for your presentation.
So hello, as I stated before, my name is Allison Kim, and today I'm going to share a little bit about my artifactual research I conducted as part of the Age of Globalization project. I want to start by saying that understanding the distinct ages of globalization is crucial for contextualizing our interconnected present and navigating our shared future. It isn't something we learn in school, but we definitely should. The Ages of Globalization book does a fantastic job moving beyond this simplistic view of history and of globalization as a recent phenomenon. Overlaying globalization to the advances in human history makes understanding history much more deep and informative. When we think of museums, we often imagine them as quiet repositories of the past, but they're more than that. They reveal that globalization isn't just something new. Many collections were actually built through ancient trade routes, exploration, and exchanges between cultures. And when we see these artifacts from distant regions gathered in one place, it tells a much larger story. Human societies have always been connected, sometimes through peaceful trade and sometimes through unequal power dynamics. The framework of Ages of Globalization makes this clear. Each era, from the Bronze Age to the Industrial Age, was defined by cross-regional links. Museums make those connections visible, reminding us that global ties have always shaped and been part of human history. To see this more clearly, I'll introduce one object that I researched, and let's explore how it captures the global connection in miniature. So one of the objects that I focused my research on was the cylinder seal. This cylinder seal, dating to around 2450 BCE in Mesopotamia's royal cemetery of Ur, now part of Iraq, comes from what historians call the Equestrian Age. This seal shows a musical performance alongside a noble banquet, which suggests it might have belonged to someone closely tied to ritual music and elite gatherings. What makes this seal remarkable is its craftsmanship. The detailed carving was only possible because artisans had access to imported stones and bronze tools. That tells us that early Mesopotamians were already a part of long-distance connection and trade networks. Seals like this weren't only just decorative. They acted as personal signatures used to mark identity and to secure some of the world's first administrative documents. So in one object, we can see how art, music, and political power came together and how even early civilizations were deeply connected through connections. And this single seal shows how identity, art, and power were tied to long-distance exchange. But to really understand its significance, we need to place it in a more historical context, the Equestrian Age, where it came from, when horses and donkeys transformed how societies connected. So the Equestrian Age lasted from about 3000 BCE to 1000 BCE. This era began with the domestication of donkeys and horses, a turning point that transformed how people moved, traded, and interacted with each other. As farmer herders from Mesopotamia spread north into the Western European steppes, the horse became central to long-distance transport and exchange. This innovation didn't just make travel faster, it also connected entire regions. Materials, technologies, and even cultural ideas can now move across vast distances, creating new levels of interdependence between societies. So when we view the cylinder seal in this context, it's more than just a personal object. It becomes evidence of how the domestication of animals, which may seem vastly unrelated to such a small object, reshaped global connection in profound ways. So this table from Ages of Globalization helps understand the way globalization played a part in the creation of this tiny cylinder seal. Trade, the fusion of ideas, religious and cultural norms and languages all played a part. Bronze came from as far as Central Asia, creating long-distance trade routes centuries before the Silk Road. Exchanges weren't only about raw materials. They also carried artistic motifs and ideas. Instruments and visual styles also moved between cultures as seen by this cylinder seal that depicts art and music. What seems like a personal object like this musician seal reveals how art, identity, and exchange were already woven into a much larger world. When you actually see the cylinder seal in person, it's striking how small it is. It's barely 2 inches long, which makes it easy to overlook at first glance. But despite its size, it carried enormous weight. It served as a marker of identity, recorded scenes of music and ritual, and connected Mesopotamia to lands far beyond its borders. What made it possible is global exchange, imported stones, bronze tools, and shared artistic ideas. So in this tiny object, we can see proof that even the smallest artifacts embody the vast networks of early globalization. To really see what globalization looks like, we don't have to imagine. We can walk into a museum. Museums are windows into globalization because they show how objects, idea, and people have always moved across borders through trade, migration, and exchange. By gathering artifacts from all over the world in one place, they make those deep cultural connections visible both in the past and in the present. But they also remind us that these connections weren't always equal. They were often shaped by power, conflict, and inequality as much as by cooperation. In this way, museums let us recognize globalization not just as a global phenomenon, as a modern phenomenon, but as a long-standing force that has shaped human history, identities, and economies across ages. This perspective reflects exactly what Ages of Globalization emphasizes, that these processes are enduring and they continue to define how societies interact today. Thank you.
I'm sure many of you have a lot of questions for our students, but just in the interest of time, I'll allow you to mingle and ask questions when we go into our networking hour. I hope this panel, first of all, I just wanted to thank each one of you for taking all our learning into something that matters, taking it to the next level and making it something useful for your schools and beyond, and your learning community and beyond. So thank you so much. This was a selection of our Eco Ambassador program, but I know a lot of Eco Ambassadors are joining today online. So just wanted to thank everyone joining online as well. Thank you for being a part of this and for making this matter. Thanks to all of you for listening. And I will let you connect and then we'll move on to the next segment. Thank you so much and thank you. Thank you.
After this panel, you might feel that the Eco Ambassador program is being taken up by all the girls. So for the sake of gender parity, we have Isha Nakula here. He's just representing another, amazing posters that we see all around. Isha, you want to get your poster from there and just explain? Maybe we'll just do like a 5 minutes poster description. You have met our panelists. Please look around. Their posters are here. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them, and they can answer your questions if any. I'll give the floor to Ishan Akula, who can explain his poster very briefly before going to the next session.
Hi everyone, my name is Ishan Akula and I'm a senior at Milburn High School. So unfortunately I wasn't able to participate in the summer program this year, but last year in the 2024 year I was able to participate in the summer program. And there it was focused on water bodies, and my research was specifically focused on how carbon dioxide affects specifically marine life and the ocean. So my main research was focused on how ocean is a massive sink and it absorbs immense amounts of carbon dioxide every year. And this actually changes the chemistry of the ocean. So this ultimately harms marine ecosystems. So overall, ocean acidification is a result of excess CO2 from human activities like deforestation and burning fossil fuels. And one really interesting thing that I saw from this was that the economic cost will be $420 billion by 2050 and $1.9 trillion by 2100. So ultimately, how marine life is affected is that the growth of calcium carbonate structures in marine life, things like shells, skeletons, all break down due to this change because the ocean is becoming more acidic over time, the pH is lower. So increased acidity forces organisms like mussels to use more energy, and it causes marine life such as coral to lose their color and marine ecosystems to change completely. So overall in this program, I had the opportunity to learn a lot and meet a lot of great people, and it was definitely something that I would recommend for all students who are into eco conservation in any sort of way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ishan. Yeah, so our posters are around. You can ask questions. They're going to be around for some time. Now starts the most difficult part, meditation. Because again, going with the social emotional aspect, I think we need to be comfortable with ourselves. We need to be comfortable with our thoughts, and we need to be reflective and meditative. So I think this goes with the entire theme we've been hearing, discussing. We've been going through all the different emotions during the day, and we've had gathered so much of so many ideas, I would say. So now I think if we can keep silence for 15 minutes, connect with ourselves internally, maybe keep your eyes closed, not think about logistics, not think about what we need to be doing next, this week, going to all the various different events. Let our thoughts come and flow. Let's not stick to any one thing, and just be mindful of where you are so that we can be in the present. If we can be in the present, we can be more mindful of our discussions, our engagement with others, our treatment with others. So I suggest that we just keep silence for 15 minutes, close your eyes, let the thoughts come and go, and we'll reconnect after 15 minutes of reflection time. And be present here and just be grateful that we are here together and we have each other. So I think thank you for being around and spending your entire day with us. Our eco ambassadors are here. They can ask. You can ask any questions. We'll go over to our next session. Just wanted to mention that today is a special day for us because our AOG team, Ages of Globalization team, is launching a higher education version. This is for professors and university students. So far, our beta version was for high schoolers. We've been able to attract a lot of teachers, high school students. This version is for our higher education section. We have Dr. Lucia Rodriguez, who will be leading the 10 sessions with Professor Sachs starting February onwards, February to April. So I just wanted to mention that this is going to be released in February onwards. You can still take the course online on our platform that's on the website, but the live session for higher education version will be starting February with the Masters in Development Practice Secretariat with Dr. Lucia Rodriguez. If you can show the video.
Greetings. I am Dr. Lucia Rodriguez, the Director of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network's Masters in Development Practice Secretariat. This inspiring initiative brings together 40 higher education institutions and expanding across 28 countries worldwide. I have had the privilege of working with this incredible network for over 15 years, from its early days as just an idea to its vibrant current form with more than 9,000 alumni who are making a positive impact around the globe. Today, I'm thrilled to introduce you to an extraordinary opportunity, our upcoming online live course, The Ages of Globalization, with the renowned economist and scholar, Jeffrey T. Sachs. Based on his acclaimed book of the same name, The Ages of Globalization, the course takes you on a captivating journey through the evolution of our interconnected world, covering the pivotal phases that have shaped global history and continue to influence our lives today. While this course is currently available as a flexible, self-paced program accessible worldwide, starting February 3rd, 2026, again, February 3rd, 2026, a unique and unparalleled experience begins. For 1 hour each week, Professor Sachs will personally lead 10 dynamic live sessions, an exclusive opportunity for higher education students and faculty alike. Imagine engaging directly with one of the world's leading thinkers as he delves into the 7 ages of globalization, critical issues like the environment, technology, and institutions, today's challenges from economic shifts to geopolitical tensions, case studies from current events, the complex themes of war and peace, global power dynamics, and post-colonial transitions, and importantly, looking ahead to the future of globalization. What makes this course truly exceptional isn't just the breadth of topics, but Professor Sachs' commitment to connecting theory with the realities of today's world. His live discussions will go beyond the pages of the book or the self-paced course, offering timely, relevant insights that are both educational and empowering. And here's the best part. This is a free course. Yes, folks, free course for students enrolled at higher education institutions, with the added benefit that faculty can utilize the second hour of each session to tailor and localize these discussions to their specific regional or national contexts. Any student in higher education enrolled in an accredited course at their home institution is welcome to join. We are primarily seeking classes of students to take the course instead of independent students, but we will not turn away interested, unaffiliated students. Please connect with us and share your special circumstances. Whatever you do, don't miss this rare chance to learn directly from a global thought leader and participate in discussions that could shape your understanding of our world's past, present, and future. Whether you're a student eager to deepen your knowledge or a faculty member seeking innovative ways to engage your students, this is an opportunity you won't want to miss. See you in the upcoming Ages of Globalization course in February. Thank you.
And with that, we end our session for the day. There is coffee. Please feel free to grab a cup. And lastly, I just want to apologize that we have plastic cups as coffee and as water, which is completely no. But this is the default. If we don't act, then the default becomes plastic everywhere. So I apologize for that, and I hope we need to write a complaint and then again start the struggle. This is the daily struggle, right? We are all familiar with it. So we will continue to strive towards it, and I apologize that we created so much of pollution by our cafeteria mess. But apologize, but we are on it. Thank you so much.
Exercise must be so tired.
So good, such a good program. Thank you for everything was so good.